Alright, let's get started. Does that work? Does that work? Does that work? Okay, this works. Cool. Discord review before we get done with anything. What have you done so far? So I see some people from the last stream did complete their studies. Very good to see. Excellent job by both Canvas and Shades. I think really good rendering of the material. Time says 40 minutes. That's pretty goddamn good for 40 minutes, I'd say. Looks very solid, good read. Yeah, I don't have too many comments about this. Maybe a bit too hard on the hard edges everywhere, maybe uniformly, such as edges like this. But overall, given the time frame, I mean the read's pretty goddamn solid. I do like this study a lot. Very nicely done, and of course Canvas as well. Lovely finish. I love where you took the piece. Like I said before, I wanted more of this kind of tawny ochre kind of element into the study, and you brought more of that into it. So I'm a big fan of that whole aesthetic. It just looks fantastic. It's a great job. We have a question from Spod. I'll answer that right now. Let me just open that tab and save that. Just save that real quick so I have it for later. We'll answer that right after we finish. This was my warm-up yesterday. This is a 1 hour study. We're going to be doing one more painting from this particular individual. Find that reference in the references folder on the Discord. How's it going, Paul? Good to see you. So we're going to be doing one more of these. So basically a woman, horse in water. So a bunch of complicated elements right there. So you want to do reflections, you got to do an animal, you got to do a woman. So these three things are kind of like, they're not necessarily comfort zones for a lot of people. So it's a fun little thing to try and do, especially in a time as short as 60 minutes. And each one of these elements could easily be, you could spend hours and hours on it. So it's a really cool challenge. And also really test your ability to kind of figure out what's essential. Isn't that why we time things in general? Why we time things is so that we can figure out exactly where we're bleeding time, where we're excessively focusing on, and exactly how good our understanding of the principles that guide and dictate these things are. Right, that's what's most important in these cases. I think Spod solved his perspective issue. I look at it regardless. I think it might be a cool thing to look at because we don't look at perspective all that often. He solved using 1 point basically, but we can do this maybe. Using 2 point is how I would do it. We have some studies here by Bloopy studying the musculature of the back. Don't look too bad whatsoever. What I always look for, which people generally get wrong, is the insertion of the trapezius muscle into the middle of the deltoid. I'm not seeing that exactly there. The entire shoulder blades seem a little bit too wide in general. You have the scapula over here which connects, and that's okay. And you have the infraspinator and the rhomboid over here, which is also, it's kind of okay. But yeah, I mean, I kind of even like the hypersimplified thing. Excuse me, by the way, but I almost like the hypersimplified one over here a little bit better, because when you try to draw everything out, you lose a little bit of the flow there that I'm not the biggest fan of. And the insertion points could be done a little bit better. That's what I really want to focus on, because when you're learning anatomy, the major point of concern should always be structure. And in structure, knowing where things insert is it's a foundational thing, right? You need to know where things insert, because if you know where that happens, everything else becomes dramatically easier. It becomes a lot easier to figure out how things move, because that's ultimately what we want to do, right? We don't just want to draw the musculature in a static pose. We want to be able to like figure out how it stretches and compresses. And in order to do that, you need to know where the anchor points are. So if you want a brief little hint on the anchor points over here, I mean, I could draw this out if you like. I'll do that right now, actually. But I'll show you in a second. So anything else to review? I think we have some finished pieces in here. I don't usually look at finished work on the Discord, but there's a very cool little picture by Azar over there. Azar did an art trade with one of his friends on Instagram. I think that's fantastic. And we got some crazy posts by your boy Danjo, aka Dan Makes His Mark, part of Heart Support. He's a good friend of ours. And he's also part of the long list of people we're dual stream with, so that's fine. Iris, how's it going? Good to see you, DT. Hope you guys are doing okay. Exciting, you're really good at horses and women? Well, I'm good at one of those. Hopefully I don't disappoint. But yeah, so great work so far, guys. Keep up the good work. Anything in the crit section that we haven't gone through? I think I'm up to date on the crits, but you are welcome. You are more than welcome to post as we continue. Okay, that is the Discord review. Let me just grab in. Let me just grab the reference that we need to look at, because it's an arena thing we have to look at. There we go. And right before that, let's just quickly look at the anatomy of the back. The ones who draw along with you, they usually use the same program as you, or does everyone use their own thing? They basically use their own thing, Iris. I've had people use Medibang, Fire Alpaca, Photoshop, CSP, traditional, ink, charcoal on cardboard. There's been a whole variety, so there's no restriction. And ultimately, I do encourage working in a medium that is, that is comfortable for you, because you shouldn't really be working. I mean, you should work with time regardless of what you're doing, no matter what the case is. But I would probably do something a little bit different if you're trying to like build up familiarity with the medium. I would probably just do stuff in value. Like the way that I think you should learn a new medium is you keep things as simple as possible, and then that'll allow you to just focus on the mechanics of things. And that's what you really want, right? When you learn a new thing. Like for example, learning a new program. You don't just jump and add filters and gradient maps and all these different things. What you generally do is you just stick with one brush, stick with one layer, and then figure out where to find everything. Figure out what the undo button is, what the rotate button is, what the resize button is, and then you kind of work your way from there, right? What is the reset rotation button? And that's how you do it, and slowly you bring in components. That's how I think things need to be done, in a very systematic, orderly manner. Because if things, if you try to stomach every single aspect of something, I mean, I think we've all been there, right? Like if you want to get into something like rock climbing or running or powerlifting or whatever, and you just do way too much at the very beginning and you burn yourself out. It's not the way to do things, because we want to always aim for longevity in everything we do. People that kind of focus on that reward as opposed to process generally will burn out and they won't get too far, and that's what keeps a lot of people down. I think this idea of like talent, or idea of this general predilection towards certain things, everybody's got it, everybody's got that latent potential, but you got to have a good strategic approach in order to guarantee success. Just another rookie question. How large is your new canvas, or what are the sizes that you use? Okay, it's an interesting question. So as far as sizes go for the canvas, past a certain point, which is maybe about 1000 by 1000 with 150 dpi, or ppi depending on what you use, or what the program says it is. So it's the same thing functionally. It's not going to make all that much difference when viewed on like a cell phone, for example. The major reason that you paint as, and this is the answer to your question, you paint it as high as you can manage in your program, in your software, in your hardware. Paint as large as you can manage. Meaning that if I go past a certain size and a certain brush size, my paint strokes are going to be severely encumbered. They're going to lag a lot, and that's going to prevent me from drawing comfortably. Like right now, everything seems fine. It seems okay. But if I increase the canvas to, let's say, this much, maybe, if that was my canvas, then things are going to slow down considerably, right? Even the selection took a long time to load. So basically paint at whatever you can manage. For people that do professional commission work, for portraiture, for example, where detail kind of matters, those people will paint at around 5000 by 5000 at a standard 300 ppi, that kind of idea. I can choose in pixels. So when I talk about 3000, 2000, whenever you hear anybody say something like that, they're talking about the pixel size. So 3000 pixels by 3000 pixels, that's what they mean, right? So you can go by centimeter and inch, but that's generally if you want to do a 1:1 print. But like generally speaking, like I said before, paint as large as you can handle on your computer, on your hardware. Because the idea being is that you don't really know, what if you paint something that you really like and you want to blow it up, but if it's painted at a low resolution, you can't blow it up. Take me for instance, I can't market most of my stuff. Even my original stuff I can't really market, even though I can't market any of these because they're studies. But like take this for example, this is like a semi-original piece, right? That's Guilty Cosplay. And let's say I wanted to sell this. But the issue here is that this piece was painted at, I believe, 2K by 2K 100 ppi, which means that if I blew this up to like a 15 by 15 print, or I guess it would be 15 by something else, there would be way too much graininess on the canvas, so I wouldn't be able to blow it up, so this would not make a very good print. But to be fair, I can get away with it over here because the painting style over here you see is granulated anyway. It's very granulated. So maybe I could get away with it over here, I can kind of see the system. But something like this, for example, would not work. It's just way too, it'll be way too grainy. That kind of idea. Print on a trading card, that's an idea, isn't it? I'm struggling with that brush lag now, but hopefully we'll finish my fish today. One of the best things you can do about that, Polly, is if you want to make a major change or whatever, or if you just want to set up things right, I would do the majority of the block-in at a much smaller canvas size and then just blow it up and then finish off the details. That's what I do for some pieces, just to kind of work around stuff. Okay, let's quickly, what are we looking at now? Back anatomy? Let's look at some back anatomy, right? So how does the musculature? This is a really fun thing to look at, by the way. I highly encourage every single time, or every day if you have time, just look at something anatomical. So how do we break down the human torso? We have one little box right there, one little box right there. We've seen this a billion times. An interesting note about these two boxes though, remember that the human body is oriented in the sense that, remember the torso right there and the hips right there, they have that curve in the C-spine. So you have this curve in there, and that's important to put in because even when you're standing neutral, you do have a little bit of a curve right there, that's the lumbar. You have a little bit of a curve there. And that curve, unless you have severe scoliosis, is going to be maintained regardless of the position of the torso. And that's important to realize because even when the body is kind of crunched over like that, when you're crunched, even then you'll have a little bit of a divot right there going into the hip bone. It's an interesting thing. So whenever you're drawing the body or whatever, try and somewhat maintain this idea of, wait a second, things are curving. So if I was to draw through over here, it would look like this, right? That's drawing through. So it would be like that. I can see the top plane over here because it's facing us right there. And I can see over here, I could see this maybe bottom plane going like that. Just think about that. It's an important thing, right? It's important. So it goes like that. So I'm just drawing it in a bit of perspective right there. Anyway, that's just a point to note. It's not really important right now. So how does the back, let's talk about simplification of the back. So we have our three little boxes, right? We got our three boxes. That's our head, our torso. I may have drawn this a bit too large. Not may have, I did. But it's fine. So I have these boxes and I gotta assign the musculature and the insertions and all that good stuff over here. So where do we start? Let's start right there. It's back of the head. Back of the head goes into the sides right there. So basically these are the shapes we're looking for. One large triangle like that, and that's the trapezius. So when you see somebody from the front and you see their head looking like this, right? You have their head and then you have their neck going on both sides and you have their scapula on over here and you have some folds or some veins and some blood vessels or whatever on their neck. So you're seeing the front of that. That's over there. And the thing is with these connect back here into the center of the deltoid. So the deltoid looks like this from the top. And you have your medial and your posterior, right? Your posterior is your smallest, your anterior probably your biggest. I mean, it depends on how you develop your musculature, but it kind of looks like this, right? It's like a pinched up crab claw. So you have your anterior in the front, that's going to be right, I mean, you can't see it right there. From the front view, it's this muscle right there. That's like the big bodybuilding one. Because when you flex, when you do your most muscular pose is what they call it. Your crab pose, this is what's usually dominated. It's dominating, and your mid is in the middle, so medial, middle, and then posterior in the back. Posterior is usually quite small. People don't train this very often. It doesn't get trained very much. You don't see extremely developed posterior deltoid on a lot of people unless you really do a shit ton of face pulls, if you know what that is. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. So let's simplify the forms really. That's what I'm concerned about. Let's simplify the forms. So I'm drawing this, out and then down. I'm not just drawing them down because the shoulder has a mass to it, right? So we do this much, and then we're right over here. So remember, I've drawn this maybe exaggerated. It goes way, way low on the back right now. But in fact, it does go almost midway down the spine. People make the mistake of kind of just thinking that the traps are just this much and they cut it off here. But no, it's a lot more than that. You have to understand. And what's more than, okay, so what's after this? What are the other major muscular groups? So I'm drawing basic shapes right now. So over here, these two, those are important. Those are your infraspinal. So when people think on the back, they think rhomboid. The rhomboid's actually underneath that. It's underneath this whole area. It's not very visible. You can see the rhomboid in certain poses, like if the lats are spread or whatever, but you're not going to see them generally, especially in a developed person, but you will see the rhomboid. I'm sorry, you will see the infraspinal. And the infraspinal does this really cool thing, right? The really cool thing is that it connects all the way up, almost next to the arm, almost next to the arm. So you can almost get away with this kind of shape. So it looks a little bit wonky because of how straight I've drawn the shapes, but it almost looks like a reverse pec, in a certain sense. That's probably bad information to give out, but that's how I think about it, and it works out. Okay, so what are the other muscles? So right over here, you have a little divot right now. We call this the Christmas tree in bodybuilding, because when they're very developed, it looks like a Christmas tree. It looks like a Christmas pine. But those are the spinal erectors, so they'll have a divot in the middle, and you'll have two cords coming out of it. Those are spinal erectors, right? And then attaching almost next to the armpit, so this is the humerus, that's the bone of the arm, and then attaching almost, a little bit slightly lower in the humerus, you have this muscle, and that is your big daddy muscle. That's your latissimus dorsi. Comes down here. So the insertion point of the lats are actually quite low. Like you'll see some crazy freaks of human beings wherein the lats will insert really, really low. How's it going, Tense? Good to see you. But we'll just put it here for the time being. We'll just say that's our lats right there, okay? Erica, good to see you. Can you imagine sometimes when I draw fan art, can you imagine legs looking like a T-Rex eggs? Wait, you're gonna have to rephrase that, I don't understand. Draw fan art. I mean, yeah, I can show you how an animal's legs are if you'd like. So we're just doing a brief discussion right now. There wasn't much in the Discord, so I have some time. Yeah, but let's just highlight what we just drew. So that's the lat right there. And these over here, that's going into your waist. And then over here, that's going into the sides of your pelvis, right? Look familiar so far? And then you have these big, chunky deltoids. So I'm hiding the posterior delt, but it's there. And I have these large infraspinal. I have these large trapezius going up into the back of the head right there. And that's my simplification, right? And there's some important things to note over here. Example, well, the most notable being that you have a spine in the middle, right? You have your spine, and that's a really important thing to note because your spine, basically things are going that way, right? Or you can think about them as coming out that way. So they come out of the spine that way. So what that means is that everything here, it has to go back into here. So you'll have this separation all the time. And this separation will most likely be in dark because again, it's coming outward. So these forms, I was going to draw some cross contour lines. That's what these are called. They're called cross contours. So it's showing the contour of the muscle. You see it comes inwards, comes inward that way. Same thing with these muscles over here. They come outward like that, right? They come outward like that. You would never draw striations on actual muscle, but just to kind of show you, right? This kind of idea. And you also have a little one right there, and then you have little ones right there. So you'll see these, and depending on how things are placed, you'll see these all the time. These kinds of things. So now starting to get a bit more familiar, huh? A little bit more familiar. So those will actually save your guts when drawing an anatomically correct back or whatever. Having these little divots, that's gonna even, it tells the person that that's looking at your drawing, it tells them that you actually know what you're drawing because those really mark the tendinous points of connection, right? And that's what, so when you look at this under like, when they have no skin, those areas are white, right? Because that's his tendon. Because when you talk about a muscle, basically, your muscles are, they don't, I mean, the muscle might end here, but you have these long little white strands at the end. I forget if these are tendons or ligaments. I always get them confused. But yeah, I mean, you have these areas, and that's what these are, right there. Because all muscles are basically shaped like this. So moving further than that, there's a little bit of a breakdown you can make over here. So these are going to look a little bit awkward because it's not flexed properly. But you're going to have this sort of arrangement over here to add a bit more idea. And now this is why people see the breakup, right? Because they kind of think that this is two separate muscles, but it's just a muscle that attaches in a couple of different ways. So then you have this little breakup over here. Now it looks familiar because this is what people think. This is what people think the actual trapezius is, but no, the trapezius goes way further down. That's something you have to remember. So I never do this because I'm terrified I'll forget. But yeah, I mean, you can think about it in this way, like that. And now the important thing is rotating and manipulating this. So if you want to know where the tricep happens over here, this is where the tricep is. So remember the tricep from the side looks like what? Looks like this. So you have the entire deltoid coming there. You have the tricep going down. You have the bicep over there. You have the elbow. You have the brachioradialis. You have the forearm. So that's what the tricep looks like. So we have one head of the tricep right there. And this is like the big oyster right there. That's what we call it in bodybuilding, the oyster. And the oyster comes back, you see? Comes back like this. So a lot of women bodybuilders, women athletes, they have a really developed rear head of the tricep. Tri meaning three, right? So the bicep means you have two heads, the tricep means you have three heads, and the quadricep means you have four. So that's your daily Latin lesson of the day. But it's true, that's how you can think about it. And that's why you should always think about the fact that the tricep is way larger than the bicep. If somebody comes to me in the gym and they say, hey, listen, you look like a big, strong, hairy Indian man. I want to grow my arms and be as thick and solid and tight as you. And I say, well, you're an idiot because you just do bicep curls all day. That doesn't make any sense because the arm the tricep is way bigger. It's way bigger than the bicep, right? It's 150% times the size of the bicep. It's 3 against 2. So if you want to grow your arms, you do the tricep push downs, you do close grip bench press, right? So you have those big old fat chunky triceps on that. So how it looks like in the back is that. So you have one head in front and you have this big chunky head in the back. And then it goes into the elbow right there. Good evening, Shades. I'm trying to figure out that word. Wait, what word? Let me scroll up for a second. How's it going, Azar? Great job on the drawing, by the way, buddy. Real paint is a disaster. First, I thought it could be the kind of paint after buying 4 different kinds of constituted. I keep getting the error for this verb. In Dutch, it's geconstateerd. What is that? Ingested? Meaning? Oh, stated. It's just stated. Doing well, man, doing well. We're just explaining a little bit of the anatomy of the back right now. Okay, so I'm not going to go too much more deeper into this because we do have a stream to do. But the last thing that I want you to think, so the major point here, we're talking about insertions, right? Because that's what's most important when it comes to construction. So talking about insertions, I really want you guys to focus on this right here. These little points, that'll be the first thing that we look at, because this is what I did a study of quite recently, so it's fresh in my mind. Well, not that fresh, it was maybe a month ago. But the idea is that this position, like everything over here in the arm, if the arm was raised up, that changes everything with the drawing, right? It changes all of these different ideas, because suddenly all of these that are flexed, they become much more, you know, these are relaxed right now, but they become much more flexed right now. You pronounce it completely wrong. I thought you'd be better at DutchNet, but Jesus Christ. I couldn't even read what you wrote. And no, I do not speak Dutch, and I don't plan to. Software update for the Stream Deck. Remind me later. I really appreciate you sharing my post. It means a lot. Dude, you did such an awesome job. How could I not share it? So let's do the same drawing, but a little bit smaller, and I'll show you what I mean. Okay, so the first thing is, again, remember that triangle we drew? We drew that triangle right there. What did I say? I said the insertion points don't change, right? So where does this insertion point really happen? Why is it right over here? Well, if we look at this under, if you use Superman's X-ray vision, Jesus. So you have scapula coming right there. You have your 2 scaps, right? And you have your clavicle going around, and you have a bunch of ribby ribs going all over here. And that's what really determines where everything goes. And most importantly, what directs things, it's your boy right here. It's your boy humerus coming at you, real strong. Right, so if your humerus is raised, now the humerus is going to tell you where everything else goes, right? Because he is the master of ceremony. So you bring the humerus up there, right? And then you have the head in the center, the same. He's just so happy to be here. Look at him. He's just ecstatic with joy. Okay, so what are the points right now? So this humerus has been elongated. I don't know. Maybe it's Mr. Fantastic. So I have, also don't remember these don't go outward, right? When you raise your hands, things get contracted. So I've actually drawn it wrong. They go inward this way. I make this mistake all the time, by the way. Do forgive me. Okay, so it goes inward like that. Did you read? Yeah, I did read it. I'm going to get to it in a second. I will briefly address that question. So it goes inward this way, which means that what? So now our insertion points are lower. They're right here. So then what happens with the rest of the drawing? So everything else doesn't change. Right? We still have an insertion right there. We still have an insertion down here. Right? So then what happens over here? So we have this little area. It comes like that. Hold on. Goes like that. And then it goes this way. And this makes everything super bunched up. Like that. Now I'm drawing this really awkwardly. But this is to prove a point. And then you have the shoulder. This is the anterior. So you can't see that right now in the other picture. But now the anterior is coming that way. Right, and the lats still attached right there. That's where the lats go, and the infraspinal goes right there. The lats are nice and tight right now. Tight lats. Brings down. And remember, your chain rule goes this way, so your biceps are facing forward. You can't see them too often in this pose. And then you have your tricep. Just drawing out a little bit. That's essentially what happens to the musculature. Everything bunches up, everything crunches up right there. Gets all crunched up. These get really, really tight, your lats. You see that? Nice straight lines for those lats. So here they're relaxed, they're nice and curved. So basically, in terms of like your overall ideas of line, your line economy, that means relaxed, that means straight. Right? Now this could also mean taut. It could be taut when it's all bunched up like that. It could also mean that, sure. But now everything over here is super. So now that looks somewhat decent, right? And of course, your spinal erectors will be kind of compressed as well. And that's why the back can have so many different shapes, because when you actually shade this, things are going to look real awkward. But they look correct. Because of the fact that, I mean, you just paid attention to the way that the musculature works. Because now you see what's happening over here, right? I mean, what exactly is happening here? Now we see the entire deltoid from the back. Right, that's the entire delt. The whole deltoid from the back. Because if I divide it right over here, that's the ant right there. I'll show you. That's the anterior right there. Anterior delt, medial delt, and you have the posterior delt right there. The entire deltoid visible from the back. That's when you raise your hands straight up, basically. This kind of idea. Right, so you see how that you still have the same anchor points. I may have exaggerated them over here, but you have the same little anchor points, but then everything else, so everything in between. See how they stretch to kind of accommodate the new position. So also remember how we engineered this, right? We placed that little humerus first, because the humerus again is directing the action. Because whenever it comes to any position of the back or whatever, you need to remember what they're moving, right? Because these muscles are doing something, which is they're raising the hands. That's what they're doing. So you raise the hands first and you construct around the hands. You don't construct and then put the hands in. That doesn't make any sense. So we went from this shape, we went from this nice relaxed diamond to this weird shape. This weird, like, flattened out, almost equal shape, like diamond shape. So again, similar looking shapes, right? This one is top weighted though. It goes like that. But that's the idea. That's how you should be thinking about anatomy when you study it. So you can think about this for everything, basically. Every little connection on the body. Another great one to look at is from the front. You can look at the connection of, if you're drawing the human body from the front, like that. Look at this little connection. Very similar case. This is arguably one of the most complex areas of the body, but that's the connection of the pec right there, the pec going into the deltoid right there, the trapezius attaching to the deltoid. So basically everything we just drew right here, but from the back. I'm sorry, from the front. So the pec going there, the bicep coming out, and the lat going behind. This whole area. That's a very, very cool place to study. So definitely do your work right there. And don't do what I did. Don't just study what it looks like. Study where it's inserted. Because I've learned these things recently. Right? I've been drawing anatomy for a long fucking time. But I've only learned about these things recently because I want to draw my own pieces. Right? So it's important for me to understand how things work together. So a little bit of my my anatomy crash course right there. How's it going, Ken? It's good to see you, man. James sounds like Fivehead when he's doing muscles. Azaruddin, who's Fivehead? Fivehead is, it's young people speak for intelligent, I think. I'm screening on my phone because I have the bad habit print screening constantly. Oh. But yeah, that's your little idea over there. I see there was a question earlier in the chat. Let's address that before. Also, these are the studies, by the way, guys, today. We're doing these two. So yeah, get them from the Discord if you can. This one you're gonna have to screenshot from Instagram. So be a bit careful. Thivo, you gotta be more patient, man. Because whenever people get impatient with me, I tend not to give them the same courtesy as people that just wait. But I'll humor you. Must not be presumptuous, huh? We'll have to join during stream. Which one's first? Yeah, it is this one. I'm gonna do this one first. Okay, last one. We'll spend like 5 or 10 minutes on this. What was the accompanying idea? Here, does it look like T-Rex legs? If I imagine that is easier, break down the shapes to different side views. Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly T-Rex legs more. So let's talk about tetrapods, because that's really what we really think about, right? So tetrapods. So what is a tetrapod? A tetrapod is a very generic creature that has four limbs, right? 4-limbed creature is a tetrapod. Let's get rid of this. Hopefully you found that interesting. I find it interesting. I think it's great. Okay, so what a tetrapod does, so even human beings are technically tetrapods. So the way you draw a tetrapod is this, right? So you start with the same idea. So you start with a big old torso, and you have the hip region right there, right? And then moreover, where do you move from there? So you have the head. So this is basically a human being that's horizontal, this kind of idea. Then moving on from that, we have the same little structure, and that's important to realize, right? So we have that same point. Remember the point we were talking about, the trapezius? That's still here. So is the scapula coming from the back. So is the latissimus dorsi coming over here. So is the shoulder coming out of here. You see that? So the shoulder comes over here. So let's just draw a basic gesture of what I want to see, which may be this. We'll just draw it really basic. So 1, 2, and then 1, 2, and I'll get to the legs in a second. Right? I only had a square, but then James had a full body already. What happens? So I just build this like a person, right? So you start right there, that's your shoulder muscle, goes back into your lats right there, so shoulder lat combination, goes into your arm, so you have a bicep right there, you have a tricep right there, right? So we know this so far. I'm drawing it very human-like, but I don't need to. Goes into the elbow right there, goes into the forearm. This is very standard anatomy, right? If you can draw a human, you can draw this. Now, one of the biggest differences between a lot of animals and human beings is the position of here, this little region right there. So your wrist and your fingers can be dramatically different, right? For a horse, for example, or for an elephant, all these things, this whole region looks a lot more different, right? Because you have the fingers over here. You can imagine this is the hand right there, so you can imagine the fingers being extremely longer, right? And I know this looks freaky as hell, but this is how you need to think about it, because the joints remain the same. No animal has more joints than a person, right? But the way those joints actually occur are different. So for example, for cats, you have this, so this is the wrist right there, that's the wrist, goes into the hands, goes into the fingers. So these are the metacarpals, these are the carpals, these are the metacarpals going into the fingers, this kind of idea. Right, so same thing goes for the other side. This kind of idea. Same with ankles and feet, exactly. So the tetrapods, and I took this great course. This is a really good course on schoolism. It's creature design with, what's her name? Terrence or something? She's the one that that did a lot of creature designs for Star Wars. Great artist, man. Such a good artist. I forgot her name. Terry something. Terry or Terrence. But she's a great resource. Okay, and then you have this little chest cavity right here, going back, almost like a greyhound or a whippet. And you have this great little back coming out there. And you have a little, I like the underbited jaw right there. I'm a big fan of underbites. And the same thing for the back, right? So it's a lot smaller over here. I'm not going to draw it smaller. I'll just draw it larger just for the sake of explanation. But the same thing, right? Just like we have the scapula, just like we have the clavicle right over here, and they have all these bones. We also have the same little array of things over here, except now it's the hip, it's the pelvis, it's all these different bones right here. So you can imagine a pelvis right there. I can draw any shape. People draw pelvises weirdly. I don't try to get into it. And then we have the same idea right there. So we have forward, that's the knee, going backward. Over here, that's the ankle. Ankle goes out. And this, technically, all of this would be our foot, right? This would be the sole of a foot. If I was going to draw Nikes on this dude, the Nikes would be like this. Got them Jordans on, right? That whole thing is the foot, because this is your ankle, right? Goes all the way. Terrell Whitlatch, that's it. That's Terrell Whitlatch. She's incredible. Solid A++ artist right there. So it goes like that, right? And I can draw the same thing on the other side because now I understand the anatomy of it, right? So it goes here, it goes here, it goes here, and it goes here, right? May have elongated some of the limb lengths, but you know, you get the idea, you get the point. And then we just fill in the musculars, right? What do we have? We have the quadricep right there. We have the gluteus maximus coming back there. Gluteus medius coming out over here. We have that big old hamstring coming over here. On that side, we have the knee joint. And we have this beautiful S shapes for the calves, for the ankles, going back over here. And then we have this little idea right there for the legs, for the feetsies. Going back there and going in here. Also, that course is fantastic. It is fantastic for references because she has so many good mood boards in that course. It's fantastic. Really saved me a shit ton of time looking for mood boards and animals. So this looks super generic, right? You can't really tell what animal this is, but it does look like some sort of animal. It doesn't look distinctly human-like, right? Especially if I kind of muddle up these triceps. Same thing over here on the back, right? Like the back legs almost look feline, but the same thing goes into the calf right there, goes back into this little ankle. This over here, remember that this is the ankle right there. So that's the ankle right here, goes back into the legs, goes back into the feetsies, and you have this construction. I feel like I should sit down and learn anatomy properly sometime. Definitely do recommend it, but what you can do is even better than just sitting down and learning anatomy, because people tend to, they over focus on it too much, I think, a lot of times. You gotta be a little bit careful about that. So what do you do? Instead of that is do what I'm doing right now. Every single day, just sit down and learn construction. Learn some sort of construction. So like I'm learning lion construction right now. On the side, I'm learning tetrapods. So learn how things are connected. Learn where things go. Remember what we just talked about before? About the insertion points on the back? This kind of idea. So learn like at least one thing and then try to integrate it into your drawing. Because the thing is people front load way too much in art. And that's not going to benefit you too much. I'm a victim of this. I front load way too much on a lot of things. But we gotta be learning and then applying and then learning and then applying. You gotta have that back and forth. Right, so don't just draw for the sake of drawing. Eat Vidyas or eat Vidas. How's it going? Good to see you. So yeah, so same thing. So remember, I can draw a lot of this just because I know how to draw people. But using the knowledge of people, we can somewhat extend stuff. So some of the limbs will look decidedly human-like because again, I have certain predilections, like the front looks ape-like and the back looks tiger-like or lion-like because I've drawn a bunch of big cats, I've drawn a bunch of people. But you see, it starts to look distinctly tetrapod-like. So all we're doing is elongating on the wrists and elongating on the ankles, and then you can maybe put a tail in here. Fun fact: human beings actually do have tails in the womb, and some people even have vestigial tails. Vestigial meaning we don't use them anymore. But we have all the usual players to the game. We have your lats, we have your deltoids, biceps, triceps, brachyradialis, your trapezius, your quadricep, your hamstring. We have all of the major players still here. Because we're not that different, right? We're not that different from the animals. Because we are animals, right? The anatomy doesn't change all that much. I find myself trying to match 2D shapes rather than 3D forms when I'm painting by reference way too much. Yeah, it's true. This is a genuine concern. And that's when learning breakdowns is great. So start from the skeleton, right? Start from the skeletal gesture. So in Tarot's process, she starts from skeletal gesture. And if you're an animator, from the skeletal gesture, you'll go to your bone rig, which is what you animate on. And if you're not, you'd add your muscle and fat, and then you'd add your detail, which is skin and fur. And that's the process. And it does really benefit. It does really benefit from knowing the skeletal structure. Because remember what I did to start this entire drawing off? What did I do? I drew this. At the very beginning, I drew these couple of boxes, right? I drew these boxes right here. And these boxes are supposed to represent your torso, meaning so all of these are landmarks to me. So this over here, back of the ribs, front of the ribs, clavicle right there, bottom rib right there, diaphragmatic cavity right there. Like this box means a lot to me. Because I'm not going to sit here and draw a full rib cage to draw an animal, because ultimately you're going to see barely any of it. You might consider seeing some ribs right over there. It's possible. I know where they are because of my landmarks. But it's important to understand, like, based on the position of these, I constructed everything on top of that. So I start from the bone and I work my way up. But the bones are very simplified. Same thing, you saw that simplified pelvis I drew just now? A super simplified pelvis? Technically my super simplified pelvis is this. It's a big box because I like drawing boxes, right? But it doesn't have to be yours. And the same idea for a skull, right? How do you construct a skull? We've done this before, right? Drawing an interesting looking skull. I start right there with a box still, with a big old box, and then I can do fancy things to it, right? So I can start here. I can divide the box into 3. I can give him a mandible, let's say in the front. Give him a mandible. I can draw in an interesting looking eye socket right there. I can maybe do a break like with all the cats and dogs. I can bring in a nose, let's say. I can draw in a lower jaw like that. And then suddenly, slowly but surely, I start building up an interesting skull. And then from this skull, I can just draw an animal, right? I can just draw an animal from here. Like we can draw a nose right there. We can bring this up, give a big ridge, give him a forward-facing eye like that. You know, give him a, some marking right there. Bring it up, give him that big, thick, heavy lid right there. Maybe he has like large teeth. We have a big masseter. Thanks Canvas for teaching me that word. Going back here. Curves back in, goes back out. Big old horns right there. You can draw a really believable animal. Right? Looks cool. Give him big old dog nostrils. Hessa, thanks for the sub, dude. How's it going? Good to see you. You can draw this big old thing right there. You can draw some secondary teeth right there. We can draw some stuff, and then slowly but surely, we build up an understanding of this creature. Where did we start there? Where did we start? We started with that skull. So I grossly disrespected the information provided to us by the skull. For the longest time, I was like, who gives a shit about the skull? Like, I don't see the skull when I'm drawing, but it's true that whenever you draw, a lot of the structure, because bones don't bend all that much, but muscle and fat does. So when you're thinking about landmarks, thinking about the bones is probably the first thing that you're going to be able to really rely on. So we drew like a saber-toothed cat or whatever, right? Give him some stripes or some shit towards the end. But eventually we come upon an understanding of what we just drew. And the nice thing about that is that if I ever want to draw this again, the only thing I need to make note of in that whole understanding is this, right? Where did the box go? Where's the box under all of this? And then where is the eye socket? Where is this break? And then where are the teeth? And that's done. I can draw the entire thing again. So yeah, remember those bones. And the course, I think somebody asked about the course. The course is creature design or anatomy of a creature. I think it's just creature design. So it's creature design with, what is her name again? Terrell? She has a really weird name, man. Well, weird to me because I come from the jungle. Terrell Whitlatch, that's the one. Thank you, Shades. So this is it's a schoolism course, so you're gonna have to cough up some dough for this. It's a great course though, fantastic. So that's the breakdown. That's how you draw a generic tetrapod. So you use this idea back there. Would you recommend it as a starting point? No, I do not. I would not recommend it as a starting point. A great starting point. I always recommend free ones because you need to know what you're getting into. Look up any of Aaron Blaze's free tutorials on like lions or whatever, right? Like look up his lion tutorial. He draws the lion in 3 angles, so 3/4 front and side, and that'll really get you thinking about how the skull relates to your musculature. And then of course you can look at a bunch of anatomy tutorials for everything else. I highly suggest learning at least one construction method for the human body, be it your Riley, your Loomis, your Robo Bean is what I use. I use a Robo Bean from Proco. I love using the bean. It can leave your drawing looking a little bit too harsh, I will admit. Especially your gestures get a little bit killed. Like if I draw a beautiful gesture like this, for example, and I start pasting on these big old cubes like this, then suddenly a little bit of that energy is lost. So recently what I've been doing is I've been slamming away and trying to get a little bit of a curve in there. So when I'm drawing the body like that, things get a little bit more interesting, right? So it doesn't look as stiff as they used to. So I've been integrating a bunch of different things. But the Robo Bean method is fantastic, and you can really make some interesting looking stuff based on it. You can really make some very, very gestural and loose stuff as you get more comfortable, but it's a great way to start. So those two things is how I started. You can, and I encourage you guys to do the same. But yeah, that's where all the information comes from. And the tetrapod information comes from Terrell, from her course. I haven't taken it seriously on Schoolism yet. I didn't take it seriously. I did just look at it a couple of times. I looked at a lot of courses like that. But I'm still like in my last couple of weeks for my Nathan Fowkes course, so not super super following that course. How long did it take you when you just started out to draw such a head? This kind of head, I have like maybe 7 to 10 pages completely full of lion heads, and I made a commitment every night to do 5 or 10. 5 or 10 like just heads on like a single page or whatever. And yeah, I think it took me a couple of weeks to get comfortable, I think. I don't know exactly how much, like I just did it at the end of my day. This is why you should keep a sketchbook, by the way, because my goodness do I not look, I don't like looking at screens at the end of the day. They kind of mess me up, but I still want to draw. So in that case, usually what I do is I just pull out my sketchbook and I do my dailies. Yeah, and I recommend Canvas's link as well. Canvas knows what he's talking about. Also, Nadaski, I don't know if I said hi to you, but hi here a while ago. But I hope this answers your question, Tivo. That's how you do it. You'll try it this way? Yeah, just look at this guy. This guy knows when it comes to animals like Terrell or Terrence or god damn it, Shades. What's the name? Whoever Shades says, that person, and Aaron Blaze. You can't get too much better with this whole idea. Terrell Whitlatch, he has it on the Control C. That's how much I suck at it. So Terrell and Aaron, really good. As well as there's this one dude. Now Canvas might know the name, or you can Google the name. There's this one dude that's actually responsible, and I really want to study this guy's work, but I keep forgetting his name again. But he's responsible for, you know, how we look at dinosaurs in the modern age. So he did the murals for the Natural History Museum, and all the other things. So the guy that's, if you can find this guy's name, I'd really appreciate it. But he's responsible for how we see dinosaurs. So he looked at the bones, he looked at the fossils, and he drew dinosaurs based on that. So how cool of a job must that have been, man? Like this dude like shaped half my childhood. So find the guy's name if you can. I have it written down somewhere in my sketchbook, but I can't bring my sketchbook out for obvious reasons, because that's too much power for the stream. Okay, hopefully that was helpful. That's my little breakdown for some questions. James Gurney? James Gurney is a fucking fantastic person, but it's not. James Gurney didn't design dinosaurs, but Dinotopia is incredible work. My goodness. James Gurney, I talk about him all the time on stream. I love his traditional work. Dude's a monster. Charles R. Knight? Could be. How's it going, Solmer? And how's it going, Kay? I need to get better with these names. It could be Knight, actually. I know he's dead now, which doesn't help. So is like 99% of everybody that ever lived. Fun thoughts. But yeah, we can get to it later. Doesn't really matter. But anyway, learn how to draw your tetrapods. It's important. It's really important. Oh, exclamation mark ref. You need to go to the Discord. That is not the ref. The ref is not Nagisake for today. That was who I was drawing last stream. But if you guys are new here, my name is Indian Abroad, aka James. Let's say that a bit slower, shall we? My name is Indian Abroad, aka James, and I'm a study streamer. And we're going to be studying some horses and women today. So I did this yesterday in about an hour. We'll do something similar right now in also an hour. We're going to be drawing this as our references for today. Feel free to join the Discord, get the references from the appropriate channel. I do try and label them. They're in the study references completed channel, I believe, right now. And some examples of past work. Okay, so I hope you guys got the references ready. I'll take a swig of water. I'm going to begin. So thanks for the questions. Hopefully you got some information out of it. And unfortunately last stream that I did with the Discord breakdown, that little Discord breakdown was not allowed on YouTube for some reason. I think the music that I used in the background, one of the songs played in piano was copyrighted, so it didn't let me upload it. But I know that this song that's playing in the background, this somber, melancholy tune, this is okay to upload, so you can expect to see this on the YouTube. I'm sorry about that. I shouldn't be varying up my song choices, if any. If anything, I should just stream without any music on, but then you realize just how loud my laptop is, because there's a bunch of ambient sound. That's not because I have a shitty mic, I have a great mic. It's because my laptop's working overtime because I'm running OBS and Krita and Google Chrome, and Krita and Google Chrome are giant whores for RAM, so it's a problem. But hey, a problem we shall overcome, right? Alright, get the references out. We're gonna begin in just a second. There's a big old timer at the top. If you guys are not familiar, that timer is gonna tick away, and we're gonna finish that study in the allotted time frame, hopefully. Big hopes. We don't usually go over time, and if we do, it's just a couple of minutes. YouTube copyrights is bullshit now? Yeah, I mean, what can you do, right? With Article 13 or whatever coming out, we're all gonna be screwed. You never use Safari? Oh, well, I use a laptop. How much RAM are you running, if I may ask? I think it's got like 8 gigs on this laptop. But you think it'll be enough, right? But it's not. It's all the numerous Trojans. Also, Hessa, how you doing, man? Did I read your message? Did I miss a message? I was in the middle of something. What did you say? What did you say? Are you? I'm doing good, man. Thanks for stopping by. I do appreciate you. And thank you for that sub. These days everything hogs RAM like crazy. How many pancakes you said it was running? A bunch of pancakes, a whole stack of pancakes. Okay guys, let's get into it. My drink of water, I am all ready. Hopefully you are as well. I will do one small thing, which is I need to check. Great topic, thank you. What, get 4 TB SSD, it's better? Yeah, just get it, right? Just get it, forehead. Just get more RAM. Want me to download it as well? Disintegrate, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Alright. That's me neutralizing my canvas. Enemy destroyed. Hand stitch, a bit of a shy lurker here, but you have a very easily understandable method of explaining things. I enjoy listening to you. I do appreciate it, thank you. I do try. This is like, I'm a very simple man, so I need simple explanations. So this is basically what I tell myself when I learn stuff, and that happens to be decent for everybody else, so I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay. So we're gonna get into this. It's gonna be very simple. I might choose to abstract very slightly in this painting. And why do we do that? Well, that's because I don't want to be able to draw everything on this canvas. When you draw something, when you're drawing something for time especially, or even without time, it becomes very important for you to figure out exactly what you want to convey with your picture. The so-called areas of focus on an image, right? And where do we tend to focus on as people? We tend to focus right here and right here. I mean, if you're less than savory, you might focus right here, but we don't talk about that because we're all good boys and good girls. So right over here and right over here are the areas of focus, which means that everything that goes outward from that point, everything that goes outward, the level of detail goes dramatically lower. And that's important. If you guys ever study a topic called cone of vision, we'll see that the actual area of focus of a person is very dramatically less than you might think, because most people make a living, or they make a commitment to draw and detail everything on a canvas, but the important thing to realize is that you don't need to. In fact, actively consider not doing it. Because generally speaking, if you get this, and maybe this right, the piece will read. It'll still read. And that's what the study is going to tell you, because at the end of 60 minutes, if these portions are not developed to a significant degree, then you're doing something wrong with your time, right? Because if that's not done, if you're spending all the time trying to detail something here in the background, you gotta be careful. Tivo, watch your tongue. We don't tolerate that shit in our stream. Alright, so we're gonna have to do this and then this. That's going to be the area of focus. So when you're doing the study, that's where our focus goes. Everywhere else, we're going to draw this with nice, solid, large brush strokes everywhere around this place. Any other considerations to be made? Let's talk about, let's say, overall proportions and overall blocking in. So the overall proportions are actually quite simple here, right? Just a large square, a large rectangle right there, and a large rectangle right here. So that's all we need to do for the blocking. It's not that much, so we can save a bunch of time. And the woman over here is internally cut because we have a bunch of landmarks in here. For instance, her shoulder right over here is about, her hairline is about halfway through the horse over here. And if I take this little shape over here and cut it into half again, I kind of get where her face goes. So there's some big old lines. So when you do this, these are called plumb lines. You don't draw them out outwardly, you just draw them in your head. They're called imaginary plumb lines. And that's a measurement tool. Because what you're trying to do with these kind of measurement tools is you're trying to make the piece relate to itself. I say this all the time, but the idea is that you don't want to have islands of good proportion ever. So you don't want to have a perfect horse head, but the horse's neck looks like he's been lifting and drinking protein shakes the rest of his life. It doesn't make any sense. So you want this to relate. So when I draw this horse's head, I draw a plumb line here, I draw a plumb line there, I get that square, I get that information, and things relate to one another. And the plumb lines they're not limited right there, or not just right there, but even on faces, for example. On a face like this, let's say, I have to draw a plumb line because I want to make sure that this mouth is positioned appropriately. The same thing goes for over here, let's say. Like I'll draw a plumb line horizontally because I want the eyes to be oriented in a manner that makes some sense. This might seem obvious, but if you don't do this, things tend to go way, way off course. Anjavir, how's it going? Follow Anjavir, incredible artist. Anyway, some ideas. Overall, the color of the piece, that's going to be fairly okay. It's all going to be kind of warm. Again, it's a mildly cool background. Some considerations to be made. But enough talking, let's get to it, right? So we go 3, 2, 1, and we go, just like that. I never ever allow myself to get on that ceremony thing, because if I get on ceremony when it comes to any sort of painting, I'll just be stuck here forever. So I always try and make sure that whenever I am ready, I have nothing else to say, I just start the timer and surprise myself. You don't want to be waiting forever. I'll start right here with a couple of strokes. Just want to green up the canvas on the back. Just start to build up an understanding, right? Just green up that little area over there, and I'll bring it in darker. Maybe just some initial separation of the water line and the green in the background. So when you're drawing water and you're drawing anything that's water related, the biggest thing you need to be thinking about always is the notion of reflection. So I don't really have to care too much about the water itself, because the water is formed based on all of the things that are around it. Have you ever tried to do water droplet studies, like study water droplets or study any sort of reflective surface? When you study those kind of things, what you really realize is that it's not just what you're painting. Like the water is not just water. The water is everything in the scene. You see that? The water is not just water over here. It's these colors, these values. They reflect over here. Even right back over here, you can barely see it, but right over there, I see a bit of this green down there. I see a bit of this green down there, right? I see all those colors. So it's almost like it's everything in the scene. So I'm not going to draw them immediately. I'm going to draw everything else, and then I'll draw the water. And I can do it very easily just by sampling. I sample my horse, I draw the horse reflection. Sample my person, draw the people reflection. That kind of idea. So it makes some amount of sense, right? Doing it that way. Thank you for the bits, by the way, Artsy Dog. Artsy Dog Mom, sorry. Like I said, I can't call you anything but Artsy. Nice emotes. Oh my goodness, you have your emotes now? I should have those emotes. Am I a sub? I should be a sub. Good to see you. What are those grumpy faces? I think those are Anjavir's emotes right there. So again, I don't want to focus too much time on the background. I am a victim to this, by the way. Don't do what I'm doing, but I like drawing abstract backgrounds. It's just a fun thing to do. I gotta pull out all of these crazy wacky brushes. I mean, who doesn't want to do that, right? Have a little bit of fun when you begin the drawing. So I'm paying some attention to the warmness and coolness. Everything is relatively cool compared to the person right there, because the person is so warm. But internally, I still have warm cool. So when I say warm cool, what do I mean? I mean, I have more of these oranges, more of these ochres, a little bit of that play happening in the background. Also, something to consider is that, remember what I said about area of focus? When you draw a hard edge in the background, you're kind of telling the person that, hey, look at me, I'm a hard edge, I deserve your attention, please look at me. My goodness, am I desperate for attention? You gotta be careful for it. So don't add too much hardness in the background, keep it under control. Right, because that is not the main player of our drawing. Okay, so now that I have that done with, I'm going to put in some notions of line work, right? Because I want to block in something. I want to just start figuring out where things are going. So I'm going to block this thing in, let's just say I'll do it in mild warm, because I don't want to draw this in white, it'll ruin my values. So I start right there. So I zoom all the way out, that's important, we do zoom all the way out, and I'll start with just that square of the horse, right? One big square. And we're going to, remember, we build up areas, we build up layers of complication. A complicated drawing was not started in a complicated way. That's important to understand, right? Because you see masters of their craft, you see people that they spend their entire life drawing. How do they start a drawing? Do they start a drawing perfectly? Some of them do. Some of them are masters of just recreating stuff from visual library, but we don't have that library, man. We don't have it. And we're not going to get it anytime soon. So until that point, keep things nice and simple, nice and basic. Any reason for the horses and ladies theme? Are you planning to do an original? I'm just having fun with it. I think it's a cool thing. I think they're cool drawings. So keep things nice and basic. I'm not trying to make everything hyper perfect here with my strokes, but just nice and coordinated is the idea. A nice solid strokes like that. Already we're starting to get a bit of a horse shape in there, right? But I have no time for originals, unfortunately, because we are knee deep in that portfolio design. How's it going, Jets? You did a water drop study? You did what? You did a water drop study. I remember that. I think I was there. We start right there, nice and simple. I'm gonna block out the person right there. Just nice simple squares. I can be gestural with this if I wanted to, but I tend not to go gestural when I'm drawing from a photograph. Unless my focus is gesture. Because usually my measurement can account for the gesture and everything is fine. Would you use the same process in traditional? Yes, indeed, I would use the same process in traditional, except I would gesture this area before I start. I would treat the area before I start. Meaning that I would add like white or whatever, or some sort of lighter value over here. Otherwise, when I paint over it, it would break apart my my value structure. So watch like a Cesar Santos video for that, if you want information about that idea. It's a basic idea of what I'm seeing. To explain that even further, the idea is that when I have this dark background with these lighter characters, if I just draw on top of a dark background and then paint over it, there's going to be a bleed through from the canvas. That's going to affect my value structure on my painting. So I would treat this area with a white, and then I would draw over it with charcoal or whatever, and then I would paint over it. That's how I would do that, do this little thing. So making some correction strokes right here. Yeah, Cesar Santos. So S-C-A... Is it Caesar with an E? But Caesar, like Julius Caesar. And then Santos. Watch some of his process videos. Always a blast. So some little strokes right here. You see, I'm not really treating anything as hyper precious on my canvas. I'm making changes constantly to my initial little lines and initial little strokes. And that's okay. You don't want to make things hyper perfect. I do draw with as much intention as I can, but again, I don't try to be excessively perfect with every stroke. Like, you want to draw with intention, you want to draw as if like whatever you're drawing is going to be correct, because you want it to be correct, because if it's correct, it saves you a bunch of time. But if it's not the end of the world, right? And it's important to not have, like, you should trust before your stroke, but don't trust after your stroke, is how I think about it. Because while you want to make everything as correct as possible before, under no circumstance should you ever trust your stroke after you make it, because otherwise you're not going to be objective with your drawing. So for example, I want to bring everything in here a little bit inward, and I'm fine with doing that, because I want to lower the overall profile of the horse. So yeah, trust before, don't trust after. This is what I would always say. Because how can you, man? How can you trust after? It's not being objective. Even if you're a really good artist, man, even if you're really good, what happens when you're tired? What happens when you're distracted? What happens when you're drawing for time? What happens when you're stressed? There's a whole bunch of questions that need to be answered there. You may not necessarily be as consistent as you usually are, or be as good as you are. You can be good but not good at the same time. Meaning that you could have what it takes to draw something, but not be in the circumstance that allows you to draw it. And it's worth thinking about, right? Because we all draw when we're sleep deprived. We all draw when we're upset. There's life to think about, right? We have all these considerations to be made, so let's not be too complacent in our abilities. Right, so we're getting to a distinctly horse-like shape. Remember, all basic straight lines, nothing fancy, nothing crazy. But we're arriving at that little finish line right there for our block in. Not that much required, not that much needed, but we're doing it regardless. We're getting there. So, see, we got a little horse right here. Is it horse-like? Yes. Is it perfect? No. I'll do a little bit more strokes, but hey, 8 minutes in. We're done with the block in. Anything else we need to do? I'll put in that shoreline ever so slightly. Also, I should really consider being a lot looser with my pen. Sometimes I go all the way in. I go all the way in on my pen. And I'm like scrunching my fingers up and I'm pressing it so goddamn hard. You don't need to do that. You can be a lot more looser with it. It's fine. So we have a horse shape, we have a horse body, we have a person shape, we have a person body. I think I'm happy enough with this. Let's start painting, shall we? So before I do that, I'm going to start with my crop. I'm going to do my initial crop right now because I am not planning on painting everything in this picture. It's not my intention. I want to keep this focus on the characters. You're welcome to paint everything. I am going to elect not to. This will be my initial crop, let's say. Right? I'll keep things fairly large, and I can crop it later if I need to. Okay, let's block something out. Okay, first question, am I okay with the values in the background? Maybe. Big maybe. Sorry about that bad joke earlier. I don't know what I'm saying sometimes typing chat. Well, let's be a little bit more aware of it. I think we should be perfectly fine. I'm going to add a couple of lighter strokes over there because the lighter this is, the darker this is going to be on top, right? Contrast. That's the name of the game. When you draw your own pieces, you will find yourself doing this artificially. You'll say, okay, I have a dark horse head. I have a dark horse head right there. But I have a dark background. I can't see that horse head too well. So what do you do then? Do you just say, okay, I'm going to give up? No. You want to find a solution to that idea. And the solution is, how about I lighten up my background? And then I can see my horse head clearly because it's dark against light. Got that graphical read quality to it. And you think that's a coincidence, right? You think that's coincidental in all of people's work, but it's not. It's very much by design. These people want that read to happen, so they'll do it however they can. They will cheat, beg, borrow, steal. They'll go crazy with it. Okay, let's start with some big old strokes for the horse. So let's neutralize it, like I said before. So I'm going to make a basic selection around my entire horse. The reason I'm doing this is because I do not want any of this green to interrupt the rest of my drawing. So I'm not too specific with this at this point, but I am somewhat intentional with the shape of it because I want to have this like lovely, somewhat warmish reddish base color to the sauce. Because now when I add like, let's say a red on top, I get a rich, beautiful reddish pink over there. But if I do it over here, I always have this bleed through. You see that? A little bleed through coming through. And I like painting with texture of this phase, so I don't want that bleed through happening. And also I can also go a bit more crazy over here. I can use a bunch of different brushes and just add in those initial values. So basically whatever I read initially, I do a couple of tests. Like I said before, I do maybe 1 or 2 tests while I paint. You don't want to be perfect. You don't want to be excessively concerned about everything that you do at this point. I just want to get it roughly in the area that I want it to. And the reason being is that if I wait till the end of time to get the correct color, the correct value, and I finish my painting, and then lo and behold, at the end of it, invariably I will find that, oh, wait a second, that's reading a bit too dark, or that's reading a bit too warm, that's reading a bit too cool, not as light, not as dark. Why is that? That's because it is difficult to make an assessment on your painting while you're painting it. Because ultimately the values that you see from your reference, for example, it's a value that's set into a much more richer context than your drawing. Which means that the darks over here may not really relate as well to the darks on your canvas unless you build up that context, which means it is up to us as artists to fill up the canvas as fast as possible, fill up every little nook and cranny, cover the canvas with paint, and then make your assumption, then make your objective claim. Say, okay, this is dark in relation to what I built up. And that's a good practice. It's one of your best practices right there. I'm keeping that kind of idea. Keep things heavily, because we understand, because what we're doing right there is we're understanding just how contextual things can be, because things are contextual on a canvas. Nothing can be objectively said as warm or cool or dark or light. Would you say that this is objectively dark over here, or this is objectively dark? No, you'd say this is objectively dark. But what about this? This is darker than that, right? And if my program allowed for it, I'd go even darker than that. I mean, unless it's pure black and pure white, and you can't even go lighter than that, sure, maybe I'll agree, but then those don't have too much places on your canvas to begin with, so we don't consider that. Okay, so taking some liberties here. That is a darkish purplish color right there near the snoot. And we'll throw in a darker red. So same value almost, by the way. So we were talking about James Gurney earlier. James Gurney, an incredible artist when it comes to the art of reusing. So in that vein, we must also reuse, because reusing is victory on a canvas, because it means you don't have to sample nearly as much from your color selector. It means you don't have to waste as much time thinking about your values, thinking about your colors. You can just sit there and then draw and be happy with life. So bring some light in here. Just getting that initial structure going. So nice, large, thick strokes. That's reading a bit too pinkish, don't you think? A bit too pinkish. Horses have noses? Yep, horses do have noses. And this is known. This is known. Get some light over here. I'm gonna make sure this is maybe a little bit desaturated. Get that beautiful blue. It's indeed the snoot. Just start in there, right? Getting that value breakdown, getting what we need. I might even keep this base value. I kind of like it. I kind of dig it. I think I can do a lot with it. Okay, back here. Again, select that little lighter value. I'm gonna cut off a little bit of that neck right there. And then bring it back down. Bring some of this red into the torso. I'll get rid of those lines in a second. But again, maximum reuse, man. So even when I'm picking a new color, like for example this red right there, I picked this red on the horse's face, and I slightly increased the orange of it, or the red of it, and I desaturated it. So it's just 2 strokes as opposed to trying to randomly find a color. So reuse when you can. It's important. So the reusing, that's only in tradition. No, everything that I say. So I very seldom will look at digital art for information. I think it's important to do so, and I do so on occasion. But most of my information, it comes from traditional artists. Like James Gurney doesn't draw in digital. James Gurney draws in gouache or watercolor. I'm sure he can draw in digital. I'm sure he has drawn in digital. But all of the information I've seen, like this comes from a watercolor tutorial. Get an eye in here. Simple reuse, simple value. Nothing too complicated. And let's not be afraid, ladies and gentlemen, we shouldn't be afraid of these light values. They do not own us, we own them. So slam them in like you're making a point. Because that's the trap right there. Because when you put those values in, initially you hear this voice in the back of your head and it screams, don't do that, no. It's too harsh, it looks like shit, please don't do it. But do it anyway. Do it anyway, don't listen to it. It doesn't know what it's talking about. If you're not happy with your artwork, realize that you still drew what you're not happy with, which means you can't trust yourself. You cannot trust yourself. If you're not happy with your work and you did it, that means somewhere, some voice in your head is telling you something wrong, because if your work's not up to your mark, that means that something in there ain't all that right, ain't all that trustworthy. So don't trust it. Paint what you see. Don't paint what you think you see. My problem is reusing is that I run out of mixed colors and I have to make more. Just mix a shit ton of colors then. Mix a crap ton of colors at the very beginning. Like a big old wading pool of red. I gotta put on so many delicious textures in the back, I love it. Can I just decrease its opacity? Oh, wrong layer. Okay, money bags. I'm just gonna merge this because I'm tired of dealing with layers in the space. I am done with it. Single layer, let's go. I don't care about these lines. Do you care about these lines? I don't care about these lines. He said as he cared about those lines. The hair over here reads graphically against the horse's torso, so graphically indeed you are going to be graphic. So graphically meaning it's hard dark versus light. And we are 16 minutes into this painting. Easy enough. Let's throw in a nice lovely warm light. Remember, just because it's lighter does not mean it's desaturated. We've made this mistake before, never again. Speaking of money bags, I've got a ton of watercolor that I just do not use because I just do not have the time. But maybe I'll do some watercolors after October. Not on stream, of course, because I don't want to make a fool of myself. Let's mix in some more warmer tones here. Warmer skin tones. Not being too specific with my strokes, I'll be specific later. Okay, overall read, what am I missing? Missing a bunch of lights on the snoot. So we're gonna light up that snoot. A bit too much red there, so remember, paint check, paint check, paint check, and then paint. Right, don't check forever. Right there is probably an appropriate value, you can just reuse that one. Get this little stroke right here. Because of you, I actually made my first digital painting that didn't rely on line work. This is such a great way to approach digital painting. Thank you, I appreciate that. So definitely not an invention of mine, but yeah, you don't need lines. Especially for studies. I do encourage learning how to use lines. If you're not a good draftsman, please learn how to draw. Because the whole saying goes, drawing is 2/3 painting. So you should be able to draw before. But if you're gonna learn just pure painting technique, there's nothing wrong with just starting with the painting. It's a lot quicker as well. It can be a lot more fun. It can be way more fun. You get to just splash paint around. What's more fun than that? Just splash paint and texture and a whole bunch of fun things. But you should share your work, by the way. Share your work. I do encourage it. I would love to see what you did. Get a beautiful mane in there. There is a lighter quality to this left-hand side. Do I like this pink? A bit too pink, don't you think? dropping bars over here. How about this value? Yeah, let's not be too precious. If it looks roughly where it needs to be, then we shall indeed choose it. Remember, harsh application. We cannot let the canvas bully us, man. Because every time you paint with a low amount of pressure, your canvas is bullying you. But you are not a victim to your canvas. Do not let your canvas dictate how your painting goes. The canvas wants you to have a shitty drawing. Right? Don't let it. Canvas engineer wants you to have a shitty drawing. I heard him say it. Don't let him. I put it in my critique because I'm iffy on it. Dude, I'll check it out. I'll check it out right after this. I can't wait to see it. Your boy Ryu's coming in here. And Ryu says, hey, you're a dark value, I'm a dark value, let's use you again. So I can kind of mark out the features of the horse. He's in the same dark value. Same thing over here. I'll sample that warm dark from the head. I'll bring it here. 1 stroke, 2 stroke, and 3 stroke over there. Is that a bit too harsh to anybody else? Maybe a little bit too harsh, yeah? Maybe your boy's going a bit too harsh there. A little bit lighter, champ. Now you got that star throwing arm, but be a little bit lighter. And then bring it down here. And we get that beautiful masseter. On top, we have the snout over there. We have that eye coming in there. FPGA, how's it going, dude? Good to see you again. How's it going, my fellow engineering buddy? You work on any of those gate arrays today? Get some of that light in there. And let's toss in some of that light. You see, the more confident we get with our strokes, the more confident we can be. It's like building upon victories right now. So upon that victory up there, because we did win a victory over here with the light, we were afraid of putting that light in, but now we put in more of that light. And upon that little foundation, shall we apply even more light, get even more of that crazy read. And now we're looking at something, looks like something decent. Add some noise towards the back, some little tufts of hair. I was thinking that, why does Canvas want us to do bad drawings? What does that mean? I'm starting to think like Indian A. Broad. It's the beginning of the end, Erica. Once you think like me, there ain't no going back. I'm doing a lot with a little over here. So the actual number of values in the face are maybe 3, maybe 4. Right? But again, it's restructuring the values. Keep it simple, and then you can always overcomplicate. It's just all about managing simplicity. What makes good paintings. So again, if it goes darker, it goes darker. But again, objective numero uno, the biggest objective on our canvas right now is filling it with paint, man. We gotta fill this entire thing with paint. And then we can make some objective decisions on the canvas. Unless we do that first, there's no way we can be correct in our assessment of everything that's going on. We just do not know. Because everything on the canvas is contextual. It's contextual to what else is on the canvas. So unless everything is filled up, can we objectively say this is right and this is wrong? Well, we can't. And that's a problem because we wanna. So the answer is, solution is, just keep doing it. Just keep drawing, just keep making your best assumption, your best guess. And then past that, then you're able to objectively say at the end of it, you say, okay, well, I guess I was right, I guess I was wrong. But you need that context. So I'm doing a bunch of resampling here. Am I going to match those colors exactly? No. Is the painting going to look like it? Yes. That's the idea, right? We have this lovely lighter color over here. I'm going to sample this little light over there. That light over there is going to go here. I paint it in. What do I see? A bit too red. I make it more yellow. I maintain the value. And I'll switch the brush. Something more wispy. And I get this little color over here. Does that seem okay? It does seem okay, doesn't it? Once I apply a few little strokes here, let's do stroke number 1, stroke 2, stroke 3, like that. Maybe I'll throw in another brush, a bit of sharpness right there, right? And then I'll use a harder brush like this, and I'm gonna carve out the neck using that little brush right there. Let's carve that neck out. And remember, form is king. So we gotta put that core shadow in here, man. That core shadow needs to go there, otherwise the brain's gonna freak out on you. It's gonna be like, wait a second, I don't know what I'm seeing, I'm panicking. Don't make it overwork. Clarity in the image is really important. Never forget that. Never forget clarity. Dude, I forget clarity all the time. It makes a lot of my stuff a lot worse than it should be. I put in like these random strokes that don't mean anything, and it just ruins my painting. Don't be like me. Be better than me. I love this ashy texture on the horse. I want to do a little bit of that. You see, this is what the brush looks like. A bit of that ashiness, you know. But the important thing about the ashiness is you don't disrupt the local texture, right? Not that much. Don't go crazy with that brush. It's just like color noting. You ever watch Richard Schmidt do color noting? Richard Schmidt, great artist, one of the greatest of our time. That dude, when he does color noting, he maintains value, and that's what you should be doing. Because when you don't maintain the value, then suddenly your entire structure comes crumbling down. You don't want that. You don't want that. That's the anathema of a realistic artist. When your value structure crumbles down, what do you have left? What is a man but a miserable pile of secrets? Very neat to see an approach now starting with perfect structure and line work. Cool. I do this all the time. I do like starting with because it's a painting, right? It's a very quick painting, so I don't tend to go hyper on the line work. Luffy, how's it going, dude? Good to see you. Follow Luffy. Crazy good artist. I still, honestly, it feels like just yesterday, Luffy, when I was in your chat, watching you paint that Magneto. Just having the best time. Those are the days, right? And now look at this, we're old men. We've seen all that life has to offer, and we are left bitter and disgusted at ourselves. No, but how you doing? You okay? Pile of lies? Is that what a man is? Pile of lies? Yeah, let me tell you, man. Little Miss Horse around here, she's not gonna get painted too well, because I'm getting obsessed over a horsey friend. Imagine having a picture with an attractive woman and just painting all the time on the horse. That's your boy right here. That's your boy Indiana bro. That's where my priorities lie. And you know what? That's fine. I'll live that life. I'm okay with that. I'll go down in history. Same little sampling, right? Go from here, go to here. Maybe desaturate, maybe lighten a little bit. That's your little Fresnel diffraction right there. I'm sorry, your Fresnel light right there on the edge. Also called a rim light. And of course there's a hand right there. We can talk about the hand later. You're gonna stay there, won't you, hand? It'll be there when you get back. That's fine. Thank you. I will be back one day. I can't wait, dude. Cannot wait. Take a read, man. Scroll all the way out. Take a read. So what do? Blur the eyes and then check. And then we check to see if everything is going the way that we had foreseen it in our vision of the piece. Some things are okay, some things are not. The face structure, the value structure looks okay. On the initial read, I am missing some lights over there. So what did we do right there? We just blurred our eyes. Or defocused our eyes more particularly. And the reason you do that is because you want to really figure out exactly what the piece looks like in terms of its fundamental characteristic, right? In terms of no detail, but only value, only basic shapes, all of those different ideas. That's the idea behind blurring your eyes, right? So no matter how you do, you can cross your eyes, you can take off your glasses, you can do that ahegaho face that all those people are complaining about on YouTube. You can do any of these things, doesn't matter, as long as you get that non-detailed vision of the piece. Give her those Ross Draws glasses and call it a day. Is it Roost Draws? Roost Draws? Are you talking about Ross Draws? Are those the same people? Are they related? Is he a cousin? An uncle maybe? Okay, let's put some little values down here. I goofed it, you little goofer. Look at you, trying to trip me up. I saw right through your ploy. Pathetic. So I'm being a lot less intentional with my stroke. If you see me go over and over again, promise I don't paint like that. I have a high amount of stroke intention, but when I'm talking, you see, when I'm talking, then things get a little bit hairy with the stroke intention, because I gotta focus on a few things. I gotta focus on being very annoying with my commentary. And that takes a lot of effort. Speaking of very annoying, how's it going, Bonnie? Happy 9 months. Follow Miscellaneous Candy Art. One of my best friends, one of my best goofs on the on Twitch. Big fan of you and your work. That's all you stand for. Cheers, Bonnie. Enjoy your bag emote. You earned it. You're annoying? How dare you come to my house and asperge me in this manner? For shame. Nay, I say I shan't have it. Use the same value and extend. Remember, there are no lines in real life, right? So it stands to reason that there shouldn't be any lines in your canvas. So you should be getting most of your distinguishing features through these harsh little, not just harsh, but the interaction of your shapes on your canvas, right? That's how you should kind of get your reads of shapes, seeing where things are without your lines, because things don't work with lines in real life. But at the same time, they are some notions of lines in real life, and that's your occlusions. Your occlusions are excessively harsh half the time, right? Your occlusions, your occlusions and your cast shadows are usually your harshest areas in your drawing, and beyond that, your occlusions are usually thin and wispy, right? So they give you the illusion of lines. But how do you counteract that? So this is a little bit of a line there. It extends down into a shape. So then a line becomes a shape. I'll just take my bag elsewhere. Don't take your bag elsewhere. Please come back. Okay, 29 minutes in. I swear to Christ, I'm going to be drawing this girl at some point. I will do it. Mark my words. I'm just having fun, okay? I'm just playing around. I'll clean my room eventually. Get this light down here, a couple of strokes. Just having a little bit of fun on the main. Mains are abstract, so you can have fun. Faces are not abstract, you can't have fun. Faces suck. I mean, you can abstract. I've abstracted faces before. Like that's an abstracty face, but even then, you see how tight that is? It's way too tight for us. Okay. So when I'm fixing the silhouette over here, I'm just painting the background color in, and sometimes I'll just fix the background color while I make the correction. That's what I should have done, by the way. So just a little bit of a time saver right there. This is what you would do traditionally as well. With an oil paint or something, you would do that. I'll grab a softer brush because I don't want to have a harsh little transition in the background. I'll go over some little random shapes right there. I'm increasing my brush size intermittently, just getting a little bit of an interest in the background, but not too much. Your background needs to be interesting, but not too interesting now. It cannot be the star of the show. Also, can consider a slight amount of temperature change. So I'll make it a bit cooler in the background, maybe in the shadows perhaps. A bit cooler right there. And maybe throw in another brush or two. Have things look nice and foliage-y. That's a word, right? Apologies to all the French speakers in chat, which is probably just Iris. Okay, some things like that, you know? Some things like that. That's a good explanation, good commentary. Alright, so let's get that light value. You see how harsh that light is over here? Not as harsh in our piece as that, right? Also there's a dark in here. I'll throw that dark in there. There's an occlusion between hair occlusion. Foliage, no, it's a word. How late NG are you spending on this? How late NG are you spending on this? That's not a word. Try again. So again, remember, there are no lines, but I'll take the shape over here and I'll extend it. Extendo Patronum, all the way down here, all the way down here. I got that nice little belly curve. This dude's been working out. He's got that 25 pack. Alright, get that little shape over here and now I can fill it up. And that looks okay. It's supposed to be how long? This is going to be for 1 hour. So we are halfway through. Okay, have that shape. Toss in that core shadow, right? Can you say that French word again? I didn't catch what word you said. Don't worry about it. We don't need to say it again. I think we're all happy not hearing it again. What'd you say, chat? Throwing some of that texture that I've been throwing on. That texture looks a little bit weird the more I use it. Maybe I'm gonna take a step back from that texture. It looks a little bit jank right now. I'm not gonna lie. I guess you could say tofu. Tofu? Isn't that Chinese or Japanese? Well, technically Chinese isn't the language, is it? It's Cantonese and Mandarin. I know that. At least I pretend to. Getting that darkness in there. Gotta get that darkness. Is that body a bit too long? Maybe. We can adjust that. Also, a little interesting piece of foreshadowing right there. See that little gap right there? That's going to give us a distancing between person and horse. That right there, my friends, is perspective. It's a dangerous word, by the way. Perspective is a dangerous, dangerous word. Kai, how's it going? Or Stonefly, as I call you. Bazari, Shello boy. How are you? Doing well, dude. I'm doing well. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, let's put in this, let's do this Aaron Griffin style, since Aaron Griffin is Bazari's biggest fan. Okay, so we add in a big old reflection right there. Reflection goes right there. Reflection goes right there. Reflection goes right there. Right? And there's a reflection of the hand over there. I'm gonna just draw a square. I don't know why I did this nonsense. And then we're gonna mess it up a little bit because it's wider. It's water, so you're gonna mess it up. And then I just, remember what I said? Sample off, paint. Sample off, paint. Sample off, paint. You get that reflection. And you're gonna say, hey, that doesn't look like a reflection. And you know what? You're right. You're right, it doesn't. But it's going to. Remember, paintings are layers. Ogres have layers. Paintings have layers. I realize that I still call you Indian, everyone else calls you JJ or James, so, you know, I appreciate that. We need more people calling me Indian. Get in there, right? Get in there. Do you dare to believe that this could one day look like a reflection? I dare to believe, right? I dare to believe it. Right now it's looking like shredded paper from an office. But I dare to believe, man, that's the important thing. Jesus Christ, what is that? Oh no, what's happening? What's happening? What's he doing? Is he cheating? He's cheating. This dude's cheating hard. Oh, wait a second. What happened to our, what happened to our drawing? Suddenly it's, it's ruined. But no, that's a basis right there. Anything's possible if you just 11-11. Don't bring that shit to my stream. Is that your version of a southern accent? That's like version of a Bill Burr accent. These ladies. Shout out to Bill Burr. Patron saint of the stream. He's Indian abroad. Howdy y'all. I'm Indian abroad. Speaking of broad, I'm gonna draw this this lovely lady. Like there. Give some semblance of her. But you see that reflection in there? We just pop that so quickly. And now we can just add to that, we can remove them. But the point is, man, the main point over there is don't draw the water, draw everything else but the water. Right? The water ain't important. I mean, a lot of people call him Indiana. It's true. I actually was born in Fort Wayne. I was born. I was born. Alright. That sounds like a regular human talking, right? I was produced in Fort Wayne. Had a mother and a father and a coordinator and a cloner. A couple of green-eyed alien lizard men. So I'm using this little soft brush and I'm putting in detail on top. You see how we're just building that up layer by layer? And that's what you gotta do, right? That's what you gotta do in a painting. It's all layer by layer. Not that fancy. Same thing over here, by the way. I sampled that green in the background. I just put a little bit of it in here. And suddenly we're looking at a pool of water. I heard someone call him Indy. I thought that was cool. Rachel calls me Indy. Rachel Rage. I take this dark over here. I just put it in the water. Suddenly, it's like she's in a pool of water. How crazy is that? It's like magic surgery. Came out of nowhere. I do want some distinguishing desaturated features on the shoreline right there. Let's be real. There are worse things to be called than any of these. It's true, and I have been called most of them. Believe me. No, you did that quickly. I'm still looking for that tool you use for the reflection. I just used the basic smudge tool. I'll pause the timer for you and show you if you're curious. Go to scene 3. That's where all the magic happens. Welcome to the behind the scenes. So I use this little brush right there. That is not this brush over here. This is a default brush. It's called Bristle Smear. It does this. I use the selection tool. You can find that over here. To select out the area. And to draw in these little bit of details, I used... What did I use? I used this one. No, this one over here. That's the Block's Hairy brush. Alternatively, if you want a default brush, you can use this. It's called Bristles Large Smooth. A very similar effect. Okay? Cool, let's continue. Alright, moving on, moving further, moving beyond. Let's throw in these lights. Oftentimes I'm so scared of doing something like that, you know? I'm like, oh shit, there's a line on my canvas, what do I do now? Don't be afraid, just put that in there, you'll figure it out. You gotta trust in yourself, you gotta believe in yourself. I believe in you, why don't you believe in yourself? Put a little bit of light right there. This woman's gonna look really janky, by the way, because zero gesture, zero form, zero anatomy. I do apologize, but what can you do, man? What can you do at the end of the day? You can't have everything. Okay, I'm gonna throw in some darks from his mouth. Get that dark over here because I want this piece to coordinate. Objective number 1 is to coordinate everything. Doesn't matter if the values aren't perfect, doesn't matter if the colors aren't exactly the same as reference, but that coordination needs to look the same. Otherwise, it doesn't look like I drew the same reference, right? Coordination is key. I don't have to sample, I don't have to color pick, I don't have to value pick. All I have to do is identify. Identify what the correlations are. If I get it right, I finish the piece accurately. Take a read, step back, blur your eyes, check. Alright, it's okay over here, but over here, a little bit of a disconnect, don't you think? A bit too dark, I would say. I can do this in a few ways. I can lighten up everything with a modification brush, or I can paint over. Let's paint over. So it seems to me that this value over here seems more appropriate. How can I say that right now? Because again, remember what I said? Cover everything with paint. Cover all of it with paint, and then make objective assertions on your canvas. And that's what we just did. We covered it all with paint, and we made that assertion, and now we know for a fact, now we know the truest of true, that now the value is going to be appropriately positioned. And that's why you fill things up. Don't ever wait till the end of time on your canvas. Don't try to make everything perfect as you draw. You're going to be waiting forever, and then some. You're not going to be happy with the piece. Complete everything with paint, fill everything with paint, and then make a claim. Then make an objective claim and say, on my canvas, this is not dark enough. Because unless your canvas is complete, at least addressed, how do you know if it's dark enough, right? Unless you're an expert, it's hard to see that kind of thing. It's difficult, it's not an easy task. I've been doing studies for a while, and even I can't say that. Just complete stuff really quickly, man. Get enough on the canvas, then make a claim. Right? Because, take this for example. Consider the dark. Is that dark? Yeah, okay. What about if I do this next to it? Is that dark or too dark? I don't know. I know now because I have the context. But I had no idea. I could have easily just done this instead. That would look dark enough to me. That would look dark enough to me. Then when I put the light in there, suddenly it's not dark enough. Right? It's context. It's important. I mean, that's why you can get away with doing so many crazy things on a canvas. When you say, how can that guy put a blue over there? It doesn't make any sense. I would never put a blue over there. Well, maybe we can stop to consider the fact that maybe that blue over there, it coordinates somehow to a cool on his canvas. And he said, okay, the cool is not going to be a blue. And even though there's no way a human being is going to be colored blue, it still looks decent because that relationship has been maintained. And that's why you can do it. So there's always a rhyme and reason. Never completely random. And even if it is, if somebody says, I did this randomly and it worked, try and figure out the logic. Why did it work, right? Why did it work? Even if it was random, it's random to a point. And after that, it's got to work for some reason, right? Like if you randomly throw in like a 3-point shot in basketball or something, right? Like the mechanics behind that throw, while they were random, if you're able to replicate that, you should be able to throw more 3 points. That kind of idea. So there's logic in everything. And learning the logic is incredibly important. Learn that logic. Okay. Knowledge I gained from your streams is insane. I appreciate that, thank you. Warm this up a little bit. There's a lot to talk about in every painting. There's a lot to think about in every painting. It's a cool thing. Remember that when you're drawing people, the transitionary values are not going to be as harsh. On the body, yes, sometimes, depending on how muscular the person is. But on the face, no. So kind of keep that in mind. Especially when drawing people quickly. Because if we don't keep that in mind, things are going to get a little bit awry really quickly. Because that's one of the major crits that I used to get from my value work. They would say, I mean, your shapes look good, which is important, right? Your shapes need to look good. Shapes are the cornerstone to everything. But beyond that, people said that the value transitions are too harsh. And this comes from professional artists, right? They said, too harsh of a transition right there. It doesn't make any sense. And they're right. It's a good crit. It's a solid crit. Because what they mean to say is that when your values jump from a dark to a light in such a harsh, distinct manner, it conveys a certain idea to your viewer. And that idea is that the thing that you're seeing is super angular. It's got a bunch of plane changes to it. That's what they mean. And that's important to consider. Because you want your values to evoke the actual form of what you're seeing. In the body, your mind knows this. Your mind actually knows this because your mind has been looking at human faces for your entirety of your lifetime. It knows what a face looks like. Even if you're not an artist, you know what a face looks like. So when you see these transitions and when you ask yourself, why does my piece look inhuman? Well, this is one of the answers. One of the answers is, in fact, your value transitions are too harsh, man. Too harsh to be called admissible. It's a valid crit, so learn from that. Learn from me. Learn from my mistakes. I try to. One of the values of learning from other people. One of the values of getting crits from other people, man. Or watching people get crits. It's like reading a book, but for art. I mean, they're books for art, don't get me wrong. But, it's, you know that whole phrase of like, the person that's read lives 1,000 lives, the person that just lives without reading lives just one life. That whole kind of thing. You can live 1,000 art lives, right? You can live 1,000 lives through the eyes of people that have done this before us, which is why I bring up all of these people like Cesar Santos. I bring up artists that have died like millennia ago, right? Because they've spent their lives on this craft, right? And we dabble. Some of us take it seriously, some of us are just casual with it, but all of us, I think, at least in this stream, we care about learning. And in that respect, learning from somebody that spent that much time on it is so, so valuable. I'm gonna be showing more of her waist here, maybe. Not to be underestimated, man. There's so much information right there. Let's put it in our spine. It's incumbent on us to do that, man. We gotta learn. We gotta learn from who came before. Because it just saves us such a shit ton of time. It's obnoxious how much time that saves us. Like, legitimately, I've had so many cases, and it's egregious. So many cases where I study a subject for a while, and I'll come to a conclusion, and then later on, as I search for more videos on the subject, I will see somebody talk about somebody that did this 100 years ago, coming to the same conclusion. Am I a genius? No. But that conclusion is obvious if you put in enough time into the subject, right? But had I just gone there, and had I just listened before, had I researched the topic, I could have saved myself a bunch of time. I could have made that time up with other things. I could have spent the time on learning other different aspects of painting, right? So it slows me down. So if you ever see somebody that's really quick with their progress, most likely what they're doing is they're learning from existing sources, right? They're using things. They're not just trying to draw for the sake of drawing and hoping to improve, right? They're building up themselves on the shoulders of giants that came before. That's what you should be doing, because the information is available. It's almost being grossly negligent by not taking consideration to what they're doing. I mean, sure, we all want to be our own artists and we all want to do our own thing, and we don't want our art to be derivative, and that's perfectly fine. That's a very valiant cause, and I believe in it. However, it's important to understand what the origin of certain ideas are, why they are the way they are, you know, why certain things look the way they are, why certain things are done the way they are. Know the rules and then break them. Continuing on, one of the biggest things that's going to unify my piece over here, whenever you want to think about things touching themselves, touching each other, whenever you want to think about touching yourself, think about occlusions, because occlusions are what's going to give away to the viewer that, oh, wait a second, something's on something else, right? Occlusions are the dead giveaway. You ever watch that video where that black guy recused two white girls, and he says, there's no other chance, there's no other reason that a white girl will run into a black dude's arms. It's a dead giveaway. It's a hilarious video. That dude's hilarious, and a hero, by the way. It's a dude from the suburbs that saved a couple of girls that got kidnapped. Great story. Dude's a hero. But anyway, it's a dead giveaway. When you want things to touch themselves, put in that occlusion. Has anybody seen that video? Because I might just sound horrendously racist, but it's fine. It's a great video. Watch it. People being heroes. I have? Hell yeah. So I'm not crazy. Alright, some softer transitions in here. Just blurring it up. See that stroke density here? Like a few strokes, a lot of strokes. Last year sometime? I think it was before that, if I'm going to be honest. It's a little bit before that. Okay, continuing on with a little story right now. Is Indian Abroad gonna draw these hands? Is he gonna detail these hands in any regard? Hell no, he's not. He's deathly afraid of them. He's not gonna do it. Be better than him. Okay, putting in this little shadow right there. 47 minutes. Oh, the black guy rescued some white girls? Yeah, some white girls got kidnapped by some shithead. Kidnapped a couple of like white girls, and this black dude rescued him. Like found them screaming in the back of a car or whatever and took them to safety. And yeah, it was a big interview after that, and he was hilarious. Dude's legit so funny. Okay, so again, gotta give that notion of light, right? Because what's happening here? She's going front and then back, right? The back from the back, the front from the back. So there's gonna be a light catching right there. I kind of see it like her back is in her front. Her back is in her, her back is her front. Well, hopefully it gets clarified in a second. The little teeny weeny bits of detail. Speaking of teeny weeny, I miss Venus, man. I miss the birth of Venus. One of my best friends on Twitch. Just a gorgeous doll. I don't know what she looks like, by the way. She's a gorgeous person. Don't think your boy's being objective now, or objectifying now. Boy's being objective. Jesus. Can you imagine I just took an English exam not that while ago? Not that long ago? Not that while ago. Listen, I'm painting a picture, right? What do you want me to do? Keep those reflections nice and soft. But we're building up understanding. Look at what we have, man. Look at what we have. I can stop right here. I'd be happy. Would you be happy? Probably not. Because you have better standards than I do. It's obviously not a chest. It might be the shoulder, though. Not positive. I will fix. What are you laughing at, Erica? Don't get too amused now. Alright. Shall we recrop? I don't know, shall we? Let's put some, a little bit of these strokes right here, right? Gonna double down on that reflection right there. People gotta know, you gotta make a statement with their artwork, man. Say that, hey, I know how to do reflections, look at these reflections. How about these reflections for you? So put those in there. Slam away at it. Because now we have this beautiful arrangement of colors on our canvas. Why not? Right? Why not put a little bit of it somewhere else, right? Kind of show your work a little bit. You know how when you solve a mathematical equation in an exam and you get the answer, you kind of underline it, you circle it, you add a big exclamation mark, you do it with a different colored pen? That's because you really want to shove it into the face of anybody that doubted you. You want to really triumph, you want to do a victory lap. So same thing over here. You guys are cracking me up, it's time to get silly in here. You ever do that? You guys ever take a math exam? No, you did. Okay, there's a bunch of light white fright around the horse here. I almost called it a dog, by the way. It shows how much I know. You can do this in a few ways. Here's one of my ways of doing it. Probably shouldn't follow it, but hey. I'm just gonna use selection tool because I'm a cheater. I have my selection tool bound to one of my pen buttons because I use it very often. And it's just fantastic because sometimes my brushes just don't cut it and I want to just cut my shapes out. I want to cut those shapes out real harshly. So in that case, what I do is I just grab the selection and now it looks alright. It doesn't look great, it looks alright. You know, I can get behind that to a certain degree. But I'm gonna have to do some painting, right? Because some of these edges far too harsh and far too inconsistent. So some painting required, some assembly required, but at the end of the day, it is okay. It is okay, it is fine, it is alright. Nobody panic. We're in control. We're out here to win. Do you need to hold shift to add selection? Yes, I do. I do need to hold shift. But I have my hand on the keyboard at all times while I paint, so it's okay. That's a sacrifice I am willing to make. You gotta be careful about this harshness, man. This harshness will kill you every time. That's the danger of using selection tool. When you have too much harsh on your canvas. Harshness. Can I enunciate for God's sake? There you go. A little bit of lightness, a little bit of darkness. It's okay, it's okay. And then some breaks in between, of course. Really, canvas engineer has a name you should have had, since you're the artist engineer? Maybe. I don't know if Indiana Broad is like the correct branding to have on Twitch. But I'm not a branding expert, so if there are any social engineers in the chat, anybody do marketing for a living, do me a favor and psychoanalyze me or something, and I'll draw you a picture in return. Sound fair? Sound fair using your actual job on me? If that sounds fair, go ahead. I'm more than welcome to. Like, let's throw some grays in the background. A little bit of a gray nonsense. I don't have to, but I want to. It's like most things in life. There's so many clever names on Twitch though. I just spat on my screen. There's so many clever names on Twitch. I'm gonna stop talking. Alright, let's add a shoreline here. Is this ruining my painting? I'm gonna say a big ol' yes. Shall we not do that? Let's not do that, you know? Let's not do that. We don't need to do that. Right? That's for the Maddies and for the junk brushes and for the Jackson Jokers of the community. Shorelines are way too good for your boy. Your boy doesn't draw shorelines. I'm terrified. Of course I can put it in, but it's 52 minutes and I want to work on the face. That's a real reason. Let's zoom all the way in and work on the face a little bit. Well, when I use the name engineer, it's not in the career sense. Yeah, it means it's engineering a canvas, man. How dare you question it? I just noticed the sub badge is still stars. I don't know what to tell you. It's not my fault. Blame Twitch. Will Indian Abroad ever draw this face in time? What's the over-under, guys? You think I can do it? Because I don't. I'm gonna bet against myself here. Just a facsimile of a face is enough. Just a facsimile, right? Facsimile? Facsimile? How do you say that word? I don't speak this language. Please don't address me as such. I don't know. Okay, let's throw in. You can do it! It's like Rob Schneider. Alright. Throw in some warm tones in the hair, man. Gotta warm up this hair. And a bit of striation, and a bit of context. The value is important with a lot of things, but sometimes you need a bit of texture to give yourself context. Texture is important. See that? Couple of strokes, couple of folks. Get that hair, and we can begin to stare. Facsimile? I don't think it's facsimile. Who says fac? There's no way it's that. You're just wrong. He will just cheat again? He will just cheat again. Again? My goodness, Rianne. Where's this spite coming from? Did Bonnie put you up to this? How much did she pay you? Be honest with me. Did she pay you off for that statement? Oh, that Bonnie. She'll get hers, let me tell you. Anybody do Loomis? Any Loomis engineers in here? Okay, remember, big part of the face is that the face itself is not that large on the head, especially from the profile. Face occupies a small area, so let's encroach this area in here. Thank you. How to pronounce facsimile? That's how it's pronounced? Is it facsimile? Oh no, you're American, so you usually get things wrong. Not you particularly, but in terms of pronunciation. Dark here. What's her hand doing in the water? It's jerking off the horse. Is that what you want to tell me? How's it going, James? It's been a while. Jay Hansen Art.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Just call me Binks? Like Jar Jar Binks? Well, Misa's very grateful for you, so follow. Do appreciate you. But follow Jay Hansen Art, my art dad on Twitch. The reason that I am drawing, the reason that I know, all that's good in me started within his loins. Go give him a follow. We do appreciate him over here. How's it going, James? How you doing? Doing alright. Doing this little study right now. I'm drawing a horse and a girl. Let me slightly do this real quick. Let's do some spring cleaning. Anatomy is wrong. Anatomy on the horse? So what is already looking good? I mean, it should look good because I have 4 minutes left in the study. It's on the back? What are you talking about, Rianne? Quickly cut out the shape here. Couple of shapes. Get a little tie off right there. Well, we have about 3 minutes to do this face. The typical anatomy jam constraint right there. Speaking of which, go follow Jay Hansen Art and Pomada K for your weekly drawing fix. If you like what I do, they do this in an immensely more professional and helpful manner. Go check them out. For the girl to do anything? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Rianne. You're gonna have to spell it out for me. I'm awfully slow, you see. Things don't just come out of the woodwork like they used to. Thank you for the shout out to James. Appreciate you coming out. I know Pam's in a con right now. Hope she's doing okay. Any word from her? I know this horse. It's a mare. The mayor of like a city? Couple strokes right there. I think today has been better. Yesterday was pretty slow overall. Light traffic. Today's been better. Nice. Hope she's doing well. 8 minutes. This face is just going to be a facsimile. Facsimile? Have you decided what that actual word is? You get what Rihanna's saying? Break it down for me. Usually I am the designated Rihanna translator in the chat. The penis of the stallion is behind the hind legs. Okay, alright. Okay, alright. Got me there. Long arm, yeah. You want to see the underwater sketch on this? This is the underwater sketch. He's got one long slender man arm. It's going all the way back there. Alright, let's stop making jokes about the horse jerking off. It's a bad example to the kids. I mean, no, there are a bunch of kids that watch me. Bale, how's it going? Happy birthday, Bale. I was looking in your stream earlier. Did you have a good time? I hope you're doing well. Everybody wish Bale a happy birthday. Girl isn't doing anything to the horse because it's a female horse? Are you saying that... Are you saying females can't have fun together, Erica? Because that's awfully close-minded of you. I expect better. I had such a great day? Aw, I'm glad. His face is making some heavy transitions right now. We'll get there real quick. Couple quick highlights and then we're done. I'm merely explaining what Rihanna's talking about. Appreciate that. I do appreciate the context. Don't change the value too much when adding some reds. You know, an interesting thing that I heard from a creature design artist? He said that the larger the eyes are, the smaller the creature looks. So if you want to make a creature that looks huge, just draw the eyes really small. One little tidbit. Not applicable here, but I was just thinking about it randomly. A little piece of information. Because I've been doing a lot of creature design in my free time. It's a fun thought. Alright. Gotta run, head out for a while, take my lurk. Don't worry about it, dude. Thanks so much for stopping by. I do miss you in the chat. Yeah, have a good one. Are we going over? We are going over. Let's just we'll put a couple. Let's put one stroke on the head and we're done. Like I said, just a facsimile of a face. That's all. Nothing more than that. I gave her an awful witch's face. It sucks. There we go. I gotta maybe match that prettiness a little bit more later on. There you go, that's our painting. Give her awfully crooked features. My goodness. I should have done that face from afar. It's alright. I love the horse though. Next time, let's not spend. So this is an issue right now. See how detailed the background is? It's like I said, spend a bit too much time on the horse. I'm sorry, on the background, on the reflection, stuff like that. Should have been done for the face. But overall, not too shabby. Just trying to make it look a little bit less witch-like, and then we can call it. Or we can just call it. It's okay. What I really want to do is just this, you know? Just get the entire face out of the way. But it's fine. I'm gonna live with it. Let me slightly recrop it, then put it on Discord, and then we can review. Looks so angry. Yeah, she's so mad to be here. That's the eyebrow tilt right there. Because I did this with one stroke. I did this one stroke here and then one stroke in the middle. What I should have done is this. So one stroke like that, in that way, and then one stroke right there. Because that's my eye simplification right there. That's how I do eye simplifications. It's still a bit tilted. So I get that eye really quickly when speed is in the question. What prompted your desire to switch from engineering degree to art? Oh, because I don't want to work as an engineer. I want to work as an artist. There you go. Quick little painting right there. That's the first painting of today. Hope you guys enjoy that. Do a quick little recrop here. And I can post that up. If you guys did the study with me, please go ahead and post in the Discord. Did you like engineering in the beginning? Yeah, of course I did. I don't even mind it all that much right now. I believe this is the first time I've run a horse. You didn't do the studies with me and Bonnie? For shame. Let's see how you did though. Horses are a bunch of fun. One more question, what type of engineering? It is, well, embedded systems engineering is the type of engineering that I'm studying. And I have a degree already in electrical and electronic engineering. Those are them degrees. Weak intervals kept appearing, in which I couldn't join. No, it's alright, don't worry about it. Engineering is a great job? Yeah, I don't doubt it. There are a lot of great jobs. Not great for certain people. Okay, we need to find my piece real quick. There it is. Found it. I hate it? You didn't do a bad job. You can always... Yeah, that's the idea, Erica. So I always have it as a backup. Okie dokie. Let us go quickly and review things on the Discord. Shades did the drawing with us. I think you did a good job. And the horse definitely does read his horse. I would say be a little bit more cognizant about the value structure, because you went bright enough over here, but maybe a bit too bright over here. Because I want to see that neck kind of divvy in, because I'm not getting that tubular nature of the neck too much. So think about the form of it. It's a giant cylinder, so you want to be painting it as a cylinder, right? I got really good at my engineering niche, which makes it hard to pursue other things because I suck at them at the beginning and I can't stop comparing. That's alright, man, because you're already settled, right? Because you're already working as an FPGA engineer, which is, I think it makes good money, and it's a great job to have. Yeah, it's a great job, really good job. There you guys, mine, with my weird gremlin woman. Well, not too bad. I do like painting my horses. Horses are always so fun. There's my other one. I think the horses are like the standout, and the women kind of ruin the piece for me. Because, again, I don't spend as much time as I should on a girl. Okay, it's a bit of my own personal takeaway. The spine is under the neck? Yeah, right over here, right? Goes right there. Then you have that massive neck muscle coming there. At some point I considered just leaving her out. I probably should have done the same. Solmer, great job, dude. Probably the most attractive female face yet in the entire drawing. But good job on the horse. Not bad at all. I like the simplification over here, but just be a little bit careful. You might have run out of time over here. But remember that this is still a cylindrical form, so you want to get that core shadow in here, okay? I think you did a great job over here. That neck reads quite well. But same notion over here, and the head as well. Very three-dimensional. Yeah, but it's awesome. It's a really good job. She's naked? No, she isn't. She's wearing a horse. But yeah, great job overall. Good stuff. I'm seeing her back look more like a front. You and your back fronts, Polly. Save time by leaving out the bathing suit. That's your next level art right there. Selective inclusion. Did nice. You did the other one, Canvas. Really sweet job so far. This is gonna look great when completed. 200 IQ, absolutely. That's what we'd like to see over here. Hella good job, dude. I love the brushwork. And your proportions are getting a lot more tighter as well. Which is what I really wanted to see before. Because I like abstract brushwork, but I wanted those overall structures to still remain there, and I think it's getting there much more than it was before. Very, very smart strokes as well. I love the stroke across. Very common stroke, this one. See that? That same stroke we have on our horse over here. That big massive jaw going into the nose. Very, very common structural thing for horses. It's a good thing to remember when we're drawing them for ourselves. A really good job. Thanks for drawing along, guys. That's my study squad right there. My boys. Always phenomenal work. Big fan of you guys. Let's look at this one. We have a crit to do. So, Melting, or rather Artsy in the chat. You still here? Would you mind if I quit this right now? Super fun one. Quite challenging though. It definitely is challenging one for our, like I said, so many elements, right? Reflection, horse, woman. So, it goes all over the place. Okay, let's look at this. It'll be fun. Also, guys, next reference is this one. You get it right. You can get it on your screens right now. You can even start if you'd like. I'll do like a 10-15 minute crit on this, and you can go back. Draw this in here. If you use an image, by the way, as a reference, I would love to get that image from you. But I'll just leave it on the screen right now so people can enjoy it. Because it's a good piece. I like it a lot. But if you use the reference, now's the time to post it. Let's see if we can help you out. The accompanying comment is, this is my first attempt of digital painting without relying on line work and how to separate shapes. Inspired by the first stream of yours I saw a couple of days ago. It's still in progress because I struggle with environment. I was wondering how I did. Just stretching my shoulders in the meantime. It's adorable. Jason, how's it going, dude? Good to see you. How's the day been treating you? Hope you're doing well. So, while you find the reference, I'll give you a couple of thoughts towards background when painting pieces digitally. Now, a very strong consideration that needs to be made in any sort of painting that includes a background at the very end is to include some notion of the background at the very beginning. This doesn't mean that you're painting the exact background down to every excruciating detail, but I want you to have a vague semblance of the same background because, especially when you're painting from a reference, everything that you see in the context of your subject is influenced by your background because your background's going to do a bunch of things. It's going to provide context to your subject. It's going to reflect light and color into your subject. It's going to give you reads for or against your subject. It's going to give you lost edges and found edges. It's going to do a bunch of things. So whenever you draw anything like this, let's say it was in a grassy plain or whatever, I would start with maybe the approximate value. That's the most important, right? I'll start with a value somewhere and maybe the vague notion of color. So value first and then maybe a little hint of color right there. I'd start right there and then I'll draw it on top. Because you have no idea how much it helps you to try and keep things in the background. If ever you have a problem wherein your pieces don't look like they belong on the canvas, that's why, because you draw the background too late in. Today's been a good day. Went to a bar and caught up with an old friend. That sounds lovely. How's the day going? It's going well. It's going well. Did some painting this morning. Ate a little bit of food, even though I'm kind of starving right now, but I can make some food after stream. And getting those studies in. But it's good to see you. Cool. Also, DT, did I say hi to you? We appreciate you being here. So, I think you did a good job, first and foremost. A couple of proportional issues that we can maybe deal with. In fact, you'll see the greatest improvement of your work. I'll probably have to do the next study by WOD. LCS semis are about to start. Is that LCS like League? The League Championship Series? You goddamn beta? Okay, so here's what I want to think about for the background, right? So if this is the first one I'll give you. So if I was going to draw this piece by myself, right, at the very beginning, here's how I would do it. So I'd start like this. I would try to pick in a vaguely blue background at the very top. So vaguely blue and dark, right? So I'd start right there maybe. So a couple of strokes right there, okay? And this pavement here is vaguely warm. So vague warm color, and it's lighter. Something like this maybe. Right over here. Is that a cat? Shut up, Azar. So vaguely warm. And then you have a little patch of green right there. So we draw a little patch of green. So I'm concerned more about the temperature, less about the actual features of it. So I do a very, very basic breakdown of the background. Because this is important, because I want to have some sort of contextual awareness of my piece before I begin. It's really, really important to do this, especially when you're blocking things out with shape and value. And then maybe if you want to get fancy with it, we'll adjust some values here in the background, bring back some of that desaturated gray warmness over here maybe. A couple of strokes here, a couple of strokes here, and maybe a single stroke right there. It's my vague background. Okay? So this idea is because when I place my corgi over here, there's going to be a lot of considerations to be made. Thank you for this, for the follow, Storm. So the idea is that first of all, it's going to set up everything properly in terms of the value. So this head, for example, you're going to have a much stronger read of this light head against a dark background than what you already have over here. There's a light head against a relatively light background, right? So the read isn't as strong. This kind of idea, all right? So be a little bit concerned about just how important adding a good context to your drawing is, right? And perhaps, maybe, I can key out a lot of this using some digital trickery. Perhaps I can key out this. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, maybe, perhaps not. Maybe it's a bit too transparent. Okay, I'll do it the hard way. Please acknowledge Azar's love. Hold on, I'll read it in a second. What is he saying this time? Okay, so let me just get rid of that. Oh, Control Shift I to invert your selection. Control X, add that background, not that background back in. Now you see something over here, something really important to understand. You see how much brighter, this looks on this background. Now this background is vaguely these values, right? I haven't gotten the values all that wrong. But you see how much brighter this is? This is why you kind of consider putting in this background at the very beginning, because otherwise the piece is going to look a little bit out there in terms of its relationship with the canvas. Okay, so consider starting. You don't have to spend all that much time on it, like I spent maybe two minutes at most. But once you do this, you can start setting everything up. I wanted to say that I really appreciate you and all that you do, okay? Much love. Okay, it's way back there. I do appreciate that, Azar. I thought I read it. So I would set this in there, okay? And I do want to tone down a lot of the dog, because again, you see how bright that reads right now in relationship? So this is the major theme of our crit, because I always have a theme in the crit, and the theme right now is context, okay? So in order for things to fit in the same amount of context, I'm going to have to key down a few things over here. So let's key it down. We'll just key a lot of those down. So maybe I can do it this way. But you didn't acknowledge it? Maybe I didn't. Perhaps you were right. So see how bright that is in comparison to that? Gotta be a little bit careful, okay? So it's not that big of a change, and your drawing looks awesome with or without it. But just in the notion of trying to get a bit more accurate, we can add a bit more of these little shadows and shapes like that, right? Be a little bit more bold with those shadows, kind of get in there. And you see that this warmness over here is warming up this area over here, right? Because this area is going towards that warmish yellow, and this area over here is comparatively like a different value. So you have a reflected light coming into the shadows right there from the pavement right there. So it's warming things up over here. Introducing a little bit of that green maybe, a warmer color. Look at this lovely poofy shadow value right there on the bottom. So getting that form in there. And remember, it's these transitions right here. These ones are the ones that you're going to look for, okay? You're going to look for these transitions, meaning it goes from this dark shape over here to a light shape, because we're drawing with shapes right now. We're trying to distinguish the form of the object using shapes, which means that the majority of our leverage in trying to convey an object to the viewer comes from what goes into the light and what goes in the dark. Not just that, but the shape in which it does so, right? It's because this shape looks like this that we consider that this is tubular. It's because this shape looks like this we consider this is almost like a cube coming out of the side of the face. It's because of this idea. Okay, so we really want to make sure. So one of the best ways you can do this is draw with shape straight up, right? So if I was to do this, so I know this is not completed, by the way, so don't think that you're doing anything wrong. You just haven't done it yet, and you will do this. But I could just draw this shape out like this, for example. I could just draw out a very, very harsh shape. And now this is going to be excessively harsh, okay? It's going to be really harsh. It's going to do something that's really interesting as well. So once I integrate that into the piece, a couple of strokes here, we'll add some nice lovely red, some deep, deep red here. So notice what we just did with that stroke. We suddenly indicated to the viewer that suddenly there's something jutting outward in perspective. It's just jutting outward like this. Azara is an art school, Erica. And suddenly we have this part jutting out, and we didn't take any time doing that, did we? We didn't take all that much time. But what we're left with is this solid foundational value upon which we can start building things, right? So I can shift the value like that, a bit more green. Look at that. It's integrated. And now that I have this, I can reinforce it with shadows. So basically, instead of drawing this, you can think about it like this, since we're talking about drawing with shape as opposed to with line. So you could do this like that and distinguish this area, and that's drawing with line, right? But instead of that, what we do is we're adding a light in the middle, and we're adding darks on this side and on this side, right? And it's distinguishing this into our view. So we added like a dark over there to distinguish that side of the shape over there, and on this side, what we're going to do is we're simply going to add a little bit of darkness back in here. That's the car shadow of it. Now things look very, very well integrated. So I was a little bit harsh here for the explanation purposes, but you kind of get the idea, right? And the same thing can be done in a lot of places, right? So even here, you can just brute force it. You can brute force this whole idea by just using selection, or you can just paint it out. For example, I did selection over here, but I'll paint this one out for you, because you don't have to use selection. I don't recommend people having to always use it. So we'll use it like this. I'll just paint that out there real quickly. So the contrast, really, really important. I love the flower petal necklace, by the way. It's beautiful. Or headdress, by the way. Get that same value on top. I hope you're following. And if you have any questions on this so far, let me know. Same little values up here. So one note about the background, okay? And the other note about drawing without lines, so drawing with a value. So whenever you see one of those shapes, like you see that weird triangular arrowhead shape right there, you just put that in there directly. And you make sure you're putting it in the appropriate value. So this is a very basic way of beginning it, since I like keeping things really simple. And you might say, hey, that looks terrible. But does it really? Because what it's telling me is enough. Because the read of this and this are very similar in my eyes, if you don't include the idea of edge. Because edge comes later to me. Once I draw the shape and once I get the shape right, then I can do whatever I want with the edge. But until then, I keep it reserved. Right, so once I get that right, then I can just integrate it in. I have the liberty to do so. So I integrate that little shape in there. I don't lose all of the what makes a shape the shape, but I just integrate around the edges. This kind of idea, right? And then suddenly what I'm left with is something that works. Because the reason it didn't look like it fit in there was because of the lack of accompanying context provided to us by the edges. But we don't care about the context too much, right? We don't care about the context too much when we're drawing. Well, not to say that we don't care about context, we always care about the context too much, but we don't care about the edges when we're drawing, because we don't try and control the edges at the get-go. We want to take things stage by stage at every point, stage by stage. The more things we think about, the less chance of success we have. right? And with expertise comes the ability to juggle things, right? We can juggle things better when we're experts. But I'm not an expert, right? I'm not an expert, and I would recommend doing that as a beginner. So consider this. So keep things nice and basic. This is so helpful. I think the idea of the background overwhelms me. I overthink it, but this approach makes it easier. Yeah, just so simple, man. So simple. See, what is that? 15 strokes? We can do that, right? Can you guys just imagine Mr. James teaching art to kids? I'd never teach kids. That sounds awful. He'd scold them? No, I don't scold kids. I don't believe in it. But this kind of idea. Right? But realize that not just me, you would choose the values differently if you did this background stage first. You would not have gone this light in the shadows, and you would not have gone, you would go more light over here, but you wouldn't have gone this light in the shadows. So you're giving yourself the biggest chance of success. You ever hear that phrase, successful people do successful things? It's not that they are successful, it's that they do successful things, right? Which essentially means that you're setting yourself up for the greatest chance of success. And that's what a process should do, right? Because nobody can instantly draw from any position, right? Like take jiu-jitsu for example. So Rickson Gracie, one of the greatest jiu-jitsu practitioners, at one point he could start at any position and win, right? He could start at any position and take dominance, like he could get into guard or whatever. But not everybody starts from there, right? People start in positions that they're comfortable from. They do their little ideas, they do their little, motions that they're comfortable with, and then they go into a period of uncomfortableness and then learn that. So in the same way, you start in a manner that allows you the greatest chance of success. And then you can build up discomfort if you'd like. But start in a manner that allows you to kind of flourish in your piece. I should do some environment studies. Not particularly. Everybody should do environment studies. I do recommend it. But if you want to get better at this idea, just zoom all the way out like that, all the way out, and then paint everything with 1 or 2 strokes, right? I can redo it in this canvas, let's say. So what do I see here? I see like a darkish, greenish, grayish blob, right? On the top, I see that. What do I see on the bottom? I see a slightly semi-reddish, desaturated, lighter bottom. Maybe a little bit lighter than that. It's stroke number 2, right? That's one big stroke. And what do I see after that? I see a warmer, greener, darker than the pavement, but lighter than the dark background grass patch towards the side. Right? And I see a slightly lighter version of this, desaturate that, paint that in there. And I see a lighter version of this, desaturate that, paint that in there. So what are we left with? You see that? I have one more stroke right there. It's a vague semblance. It's vague. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's all we need to do. And that's context, remember. The corgi doesn't care if the grass is blended properly, but he does care about the green being there in a particular value. Because that green being in that particular value allows the leg to look in this particular way. Because it's a great opportunity in the piece. Because if this green is over here and if you want to lose an edge, this is one of the places you can lose an edge in the painting. Here's another place right here. Right? Here's another place right here. So lost edges, we'll come to that later. It's a different topic, but these things do matter on a canvas. Matter a lot. So consider it. And we can always do environmental studies. If you do any, by the way, run them by me if you'd like. I've done a great many, and they are important. But you don't necessarily have to be able to paint the background to paint this kind of thing. I just mean in general, not specifically this piece. I have a very clear subject. I tend to zoom in, so I have less background to worry about. It's a bad habit I put myself in. It's not a bad idea compositionally to zoom in on a character, but then eventually you want to have some background in there, right? So the background as it relates to the character. Sergeant's preparatory paintings of Carnation Lily. Yeah, I definitely want to see that. Put it on the Discord and put it here. But some thoughts about your piece, okay? Hopefully that was helpful to you. But you're doing a good job so far. I do like it. I'll put this little piece on the Discord for you. Yeah, I'm glad. And let me know when you're done with the piece. Post on Discord. Let us know what you think. It's the whole point of what we do. Gotta get better together. Man, which folder did I put? Where did I put this this file? I'll find it. There you are. Cool. It is on Discord. I hope that was helpful. And you can always go back and listen to this. This VOD will be uploaded to YouTube, so whenever you want to listen to it, entirely up to you. But how sick is that canvas? My goodness. Look at that vagueness. Looks like one of your pieces. When they write about me, canvas, when they write about you, when they write about the canvas engineer, the greatest artist at the turn of the century. We'll talk about your boy. Alright. We are getting into our second study of the day, ladies and gentlemen. That study of the day is we're drawing a beautiful female athlete. That is the topic of right now. I'll post some of my GIST drawings later. Cool. Canvas works on Photoshop, I'm fairly certain. Get rid of this. I'm doing some landscaping, like in real life, Rian. Because just neutralize this canvas really quickly. I'm going to do this a bit more gesturally, but it's going to be fun. Since I did the last one construction-wise, this one's going to be a little bit more gesture. But there's so many fun things, man. In 3-point perspective, 3 points good. So there's a bunch of warm reflecteds coming from the bottom right there. See, it's hitting her legs, her thighs, even the little bit of the whites of her shoes. You see that red on there? That's your bounce light right there. You see that red? Because she's wearing white shoes. See how much that environment affects paintings? It's crazy. As well as the effect isn't as pronounced over here because that's a strong saturated green right there. Strong sat green. So saturated colors less likely to shift. You have a strong local color. Things are white, that's very tractable. It can be shifted easily. Even here, a little bit of that blue light coming from the atmosphere, right? Coming from the hemisphere of the sky. That blue light's desaturating the warmness of her skin. That's why we have a bit of gray in there. The saturation of this compared to this is a world of a difference. Right? That's an important thing to note, especially when drawing people, especially when drawing things in sunlight. Right? It's not just warm light. There is cool light along with the warm light that we have to consider. I'll show you. Look at right over here. Look at how desaturated that is. I mean, jump right there. See, that is being affected by bounce off the floor right here of the track, and then this is being affected by diffused light in the atmosphere. You see that big jump? It's because this is blue cool light. That's lovely warm bounce light on top of a warm local color, because she is like a mild tan, I guess. So it's on top of a warm local color. That's the idea. And same thing over here, right? Warm direct light coming from a light source. We have warm direct light right there, and we have this slightly cooler core shadow going into the reflected light of our top. There's super blue on 5. The super blue. I'm not quite sure where this blue is coming from, honestly. It might be from here, but it could also be from diffuse, right? Or it could be how the camera caught the angle. So Rolo's WIPs look beautifully horrendous. Let me see. That looks awesome though. That's so sick. Love the impasto. You painting all the runners? No, I'm not gonna paint all the runners. I'm gonna abstract the runners in the background. I'm gonna paint the runner in the foreground. Why would I paint the runner over here if this is the subject of the painting, right? Which is gonna make for a worse painting. Area of focus, man. But yeah, heavily about those colors, right? There's so much beautiful chances in this piece to add a bunch of color. You see that bottom of her neck over there? That's a downward facing plane. There's an upward facing plane in her top to get that warm reflected in there. So when you're painting your own piece and you add local color, see the impact it has everywhere, man. It has so much impact. Right there, right there, right there, right there, right there, right there. Diffuse coming from the top. Everywhere. You see the coolness on her lower back right there? And the coolness on the curve of her lat right there? Beautiful, man. See the crazy amount of effect. It's insane how much effect it has on materials. So I want to see that in the study, right? I don't care too much about the making it look pretty, but I want to see that reflected bounce light. That's going to be the idea. Okay, let's take another drink of water and we'll begin. Yeah, I think your recent pose was good, Azar. Arguably my favorite piece, my favorite face that you've done yet. Good piece. Alrighty, boys. So 3, 2, 1, and we're off. Oh, wrong screen, by the way. There we go. Now we're off. Again, start with a vague semblance of that background. Let's do it the same way that I just taught. Right? So we start there. What is that in the background? Seems like a darkish green right there on top, right? Paint that darkish green like that. What does the crowd average to? I said the crowd averages to mildly desaturated but slightly brighter, medium reddish purple. Like that is what I would average it out to. So nice and simple. There is a perspective on it, but I don't care about it too much right now. I'll do it. Don't you think it's mainly applied by a filter? Nope, it's not applied by a filter. Because there are way too many drawings and paintings, and that's just how reality works. Well, James, I have to run. I'm trying to stay up too terribly late. I will try, Eric. Thank you for stopping by. I highly appreciate your company. There were green in there. So I'm not too precious with it. Couple of strokes, and that's it. And of course, I need to get that lovely warmness of that track. That's kind of cool. Got the color, I think, fairly right the first time. Saves me a bunch of time. So just a band of color, right? As abstract that background in there. Now I get this basis, and now I can do some reuse right there. I'll get this little color back here, all the way back here. Amplified, I meant. I don't know if it's amplified because I've seen much more severe cases, and the light source is so bright that I doubt it's amplified. I doubt it's blown up. This is very much the case in reality, right? Especially when you draw from gesture, if you just draw from reality at any point. Happens all the time. But hey, it could be. Doesn't mean we shouldn't draw it though, because it just makes for good paintings. Okay, I need to abstract this crowd really quickly. I have a people brush somewhere. It might be in Photoshop actually. I have a people brush for this purpose. But I guess it's not in Krita right now. So we'll make do. Just a couple of warmer, cooler strokes. I don't have to add any context actually on this point, but I'll do a little bit of it. It's a little bit of context, just to kind of give some hints to the viewer about what they're actually seeing. But do I have to focus on this? Hell no. Let's give enough context right there, and then move on. Just a couple of strokes to make me feel happy about it. And back here some graphic shapes. Again, I want to spend as little time on this as possible because it is not the focus of my painting. I do not care about it too much. That should be darker though. And we can fade a little bit of it into the background. Okay, at this point, rectangle tools and such are your friends. So do make use of them if you can. Just when setting up a really quick background, just worth the time. To use tools like this, it does really save your workflow a little bit. Need a little bit of that red in there. Probably going to use this red somewhere else in the painting. So I'll take a bit of time to kind of figure out exactly where I want that red. Probably a bit more orange, a bit more red. There we go. Looks alright. Maybe a hint more saturation in there. That looks alright. There's a perspective in this, by the way, that I'm not really following at this point. I don't really need to follow it because I can cheat it in the background because I'm going to blur a lot of this. But it could be worth following at a couple of points. Just blur that up a little bit. Just want enough of a breakup in there for the blur to make some sort of sense. Okay. Bring in a brighter blue over here at this point. Usually when I'm drawing crowds a little bit closer, I do that with selection tool and I just pick out shapes for people. But it's way too far away at this point, so better than picking out shapes, what we can just do is we can paint in like little shapes of chairs or whatever, but do so with a softer brush. But this of course comes a little bit later. We don't do this right now. He says as he's doing it right now. Again, I don't want it to be too distinct. So we have a little bit of control over that value. Okay. I have a small favor to ask. One of my movers need your help to qualify for... Yeah, that's a self-promotion, man. We don't really care about that, do we? But hey, I let it down in the chat. We don't need to ban that. Got a couple of marks here for the background. And then move on to the foreground. We can add a bit of noise. Looking a little bit flat in the middle, so we can add a little bit of noise in there. So to spruce it up a bit more. Right there, remember this is in... I know, right? How's it going, Norfly? Good to see you. Remember, this is grass in the bright sunlight, so it's going to be pushed more towards a yellowish. This is almost a straight up yellow, by the way. So it's going to have a little bit of darker patches in there. Who got rid of that? Not that I really care. It's fine. Get that shit out of here. Alright. Get some of these. I think I have a brush for this, don't I? Got a brush for these straight lines. Your boy's shitting hard. Get a light right there. Thank you for the shout to Narfi. Narfi's awesome. Just good people overall. How's it going? How you pieces been? Yo, you seeing this right now? You saw that line? You see that? What is this man doing? He's out of his mind. Alright. I'll put in a little bit of that there background right there. And there is a big old red sign that I need to put in as well. So again, 7 minutes, and we're done with the background basically. Wait, that was so smart, James. Why can't my brushes do that? You need better brushes, I guess. You can just make a brush like that, by the way. Like any painting software will have a way of doing that. And it's the simplest brush you can make, because it's just straight lines. And a bit of saturation here. Not too much though. Still a background element, so not too much. You cheat? Nah, draw. No such thing. Okay. Let's, I don't know if I want to put that T in there. We'll put a nice little strokey T in there. That'll be our background. Okay, let's get a gestural idea of our character. Real quick. You got the perspective wrong? I know. I don't care about the perspective right now. Not my concern. Because I can cheat the perspective easily later on in the drawing. What I care about is the color though. Care about getting those colors in there. Perspective doesn't really matter. Because because it's going to be heavily blurred out in this particular drawing because it's going to be character focused. Okay, get this gesture in there. But color is last in the list. Sure, it's last in the list, but it's the background, right? The perspective is not going to affect the values in my foreground. Grr. It's a painting. What do you? Unfortunately, I have to prioritize. Get that overall gesture. Really like that. Nice little, easy gesture. How about that? That seems good enough to me. And that, go here. Just real quick with this. I want this to be kind of readable. How about that? That's readable. No, but to explain that, I mean, we don't really care about the perspective of the background. It's not going to affect the piece at all at this stage. Because the woman is just flat on. So the only perspective things are going to be within the background itself, which is fine. I can make this later on. But I'm going to lose out so much of the background. I might even lose half of this area over here. So there's no way I'm going to waste time on the perspective at this point. It doesn't make too much sense to do so. Is that a basic idea? Gonna get some landmarks here for our hips. I hope that makes sense, but why would you think about something that has no real relevance for the piece? That kind of idea? Because it's not going to be playing anywhere in the piece, right? So why would I think about it? I do want to get those colors in though. By which I mean I want to get those value shapes and colors in, because those things are all related to each other. I have to go back and forth with different colored lines over here, by the way, because I have this weird value structure in the background, which is important for the painting, but for the gesture it is becoming a little bit harder to block things out. There we go. Actually has an interesting color in it. It does. That's the point of this study, right? There's so much bounce color. That's why I chose the piece. There's just a hell of a lot of bounce light. So that's the focus of the piece right there. Block this out real quickly. I start going into elbow. So this little black line, that's my initial gesture. So I'm just building my construction off my gesture. It's gonna be done very quickly. And my shoulder is like giving out on me right now in the middle of stream. Alright, get it down here. It's one leg, easy enough. Same way. After a certain point, you just get really attuned to just doing this kind of intuitively. Use your whole arm to draw? Yeah, whole arm. I have to because it's a giant screen. It's a 20-inch monitor. Get that little leg right there. Goes into the calf. Nice little straight shape there is how you abstract that. Goes into a little bit of an S. This is always usually a little bit of an S right there. Seems fair? Yeah, that's why oftentimes people that use very small tablets are the ones that usually get carpal first. But if you use very large tablets, you're probably going to get something like tennis elbow, or you're going to get like a rotator cuff impingement if you don't watch out. Though, to be fair, I never heard that happen. I never heard anybody having like severe problems with a large tablet, but small ones happens all the time. But yeah, usually when I'm drawing with a smaller tablet, I'm very much victim to that idea of always small, drawing a little bit too small. So I do a bunch of wrist movements, even when playing like competitive shooters and things like that. Even though I don't play all that much these days. I don't play any games except for like RuneScape these days. But yeah, I mean, I always have these crazy little movements in my hands, and it is very bad for you. You're not supposed to do that. But look at the energy in her little pose right there. Jesus, all the way her fingers are splayed. It's crazy. Tiny oof. What's the oof for? Maintain that gesture through here, a bit of an angle. This reminds me of the old school Anatomy Jam days. Do you know if there's a way to keep the canvas centered while you flip? There is an option for it, yeah. Actually no, unless you just keep everything centered while you're drawing, probably not. So if it's centered while you're drawing, it maintains right there. Otherwise, I don't think so. Is that really something that bothers you? I mean, I guess it can bother. It can bother you. It doesn't bother me all that much though. At the moment, I've been seeing perspective everywhere because of what I'm doing, and I've been explaining it to my son, and now I see it everywhere. I don't doubt it. Like me with proportion, right? I see proportional errors every single time I see a drawing. But you have to prioritize. Like what makes this piece good is not the perspective. Very secondary. Not a big deal, just the convenience that the option existed. I know PS does that quite well, I think. I think PS is quite good with like canvas movement stuff. I don't know if Krita has it, to be fair. I don't think I'm the right person to ask. Because for me, like I tend to just settle way too quickly, I found out. So like if this is all that there ever was, I probably wouldn't complain about it, but it might be. Just do me a favor and check, and then if you find anything, tell me about it. Maybe I'll start using it as well. But yeah, not that I know of. There we go. So our little construction done. Let's toss some value on here. First thing we do is we isolate. Always important. Why are horses and women put in the same category? Oh, it's because we were drawing horses and women. And now we're drawing women. But we did a horse and woman piece just now. A lot of fun. How's it going, Nine? Good to see you. How have you been? But we've been doing pieces like this on the stream. So horse women pieces. And also because I have a fetish for centaur women, that's why. But you already knew that one before coming to stream. Okay. Getting a lighter value right here. For your skin tone right there. Get an approximation of what the mid-tone might be. We can start right there, remember? You can build up on colors. Hey, it's a lot of muscle. Absolutely it is. God bless. Okay, so I want my lighter values right there. These lights are going to be extremely light. You see, I don't pay too much reverence towards my base color over here, especially when things are very contrasted, because the amount of mid-tone really on the piece is not that high. There's not that much mid-tone on this piece. It's just mainly light and shadow. So we get those lovely warmer lights. I'm painting it right now. There's light, at least the beginnings of these lighter shapes right there. And make sure indeed that they're nice and light. When I get that solid separation out there, then I get painted that dark. So darker is going to go way darker. And I'm not going to include any notion of diffuse or bounce light just yet. I'm just going to paint in that shadow. Just that shadow, just establish that separation. First priority in all painting. All realistic painting, gotta apply, gotta get that separation of light and dark. One gets more sensitive to certain things the more one knows about the topic. Remember the realize parallax effect in fisheye. It's weird to realize that flat horizontal lines bend to one side, but we are too used to a perception that our brains ignore it. Yep. It's actually kind of crazy how much our brains ignore. Like, have you ever considered that when you're moving your eyes, you don't see the world blurred because your brain just shuts off the signal. So you don't see the world movement, you see the world, you know, when it's staying still. So like really cool things that we don't consider. What a weird life. Okay, put in these darks. And that orange for her dress. So darker value, not a lighter value. And that orange could probably go into the darkness right there. Keep it nice and dark but saturated. There's so much bounce on it, it's crazy. And make sure we warm it up for the light, not that much, but significantly. That seems okay, but lighter than that. That's fine. Okay. Get in there. Toss in my lights. Again, just keeping with my selection. Probably should have been a bit more dainty about it. Didn't know about that? Yeah. It's a cool little thing. It's going to be in shadow. The lights and shadows are not that separate in this drawing. Sometimes, in some places they are, but in other places they are not. Depends on the amount of bounce light is exposed to. A lot of cool things about this painting. Okay, let me clean up a lot of these lines I don't need. Some of them I do need. Like right there, I don't need any of that. I don't need any of that right now. Keep that kind of under wraps. Not much drawing going on. Just basic construction. Now we don't need a lot of that. I can just get rid of a lot of that. Then I'll collapse it in. Back to one beautiful layer. Now I can start painting in some shapes. So I want to get that little curve right there of the arm. Get that curve of the tricep right there. And really just think about exactly what we're doing, right? Because we're not that, it's a very countable number of actual values on here. So we can just use a countable number and define everything. It's really not that much. That disease of people blind to movement, maybe it's us, but the brain takes longer to turn the eyes on again. Maybe, right? I'm not quite sure. It's like the T-Rex from Jurassic Park. Or maybe the opposite of that. Remember your fundamentals, right? Get that core shadow in there. That core shadow is going to tell you everything about what you want to know. A core shadow, 2000 in the lights, 2000 in the darks, and you're done. So as long as I maintain that structure throughout my drawing, I'm going to have everything read exactly the way that I want it to. Make sure I get my shapes right. So I'm searching for the shapes, I'm hunting for them right now. For more specific information about my drawing here. So I use everything, I use my background, I use surrounding neighboring values. Use whatever I need over there to get my read, to get those shapes reading exactly the way I need them to. And eventually we do arrive somewhere closer to where we need to be. So it's really, really easy going. Just see a shape, paint a shape. See a value, paint a value. And once we have enough values to play with, we can just stop selecting values. We can just stop that entirely. And we can just start picking from our canvas. And that's what becomes really, really quick to do anything on the canvas. It becomes really nimble. Because we have all the raw material, it's just a matter of rearranging things. Like I'm going to bring in the notion. I don't know when I want to bring in my reflected light. It's not just yet. I want to establish a bit more local value. A bit more local value is important. So I'll do a little bit more. You see that arm? Get in there, right? So everything's going to be get in there quite soon. So the second I kind of define one area on the canvas like that, for example, even in a nominal way, I have all of these colors to pick from and choose from. Right? All of these coordinated colors that I can use suddenly on the piece. It's going to really get me to the finish line much quicker. So again, no diffused yet, even though it's in the shadow and it needs to be diffused. No diffused yet. I'll do that in one fell swoop because I want to think about my colors in context. So I'm not going to do that just yet. Overall, quite light over there, but remember anatomy. That hip's gonna be quite out there. Okay. And that top right there, look at how beautifully bright that is. It's almost blown out. It's almost blown out how bright that is. Remember, it needs to go nice and strongly in that direction of warm. So you really want to convey to the viewer what they're looking at a nice warm light. And over here we can be a little bit more thicker, a little bit less precious with our strokes. And remember, that shape is so important. We gotta get that shape at all costs. That shape, not just the shape, but that core shadow in between. That core shadow is worth its weight in gold. That beautiful red core shadow right there. So we're including a bit of bounce and a bit of subsurface scattering in there. It gives that super like organic look to the rendering. Get it down there. And bring it down to the cuff. And remember, you gotta have a value for your occlusions. It's gonna be the darkest value that you see. Mills? Oh, how's it going, Mills? Good to see you. How's your day going so far? Just doing a quick little study here of this athlete. Hope you're doing okay. Binksy left us for art school. He's one of the cool kids now, potting and dabbling over the canvas. Skirting far and wide on his journey to become an art master. Binksy? Oh, Mr. Random Knees, there you go. He did leave us. Forever. He thinks he's better than us, Mills. He thinks he's better than us. But you know what? Nobody's better than you. I believe. Okay, bring this down in here. Bit of erasure. And we're good. Use that same core shadow value in here. We can bring up on some form in the glute region. Okay, let's make sure we think about what we're doing here, because the actual maximus muscle is here, right there. It's creased like that, so we can define that with value later on. That should be perfectly fine. Let's make sure that these little shapes are consistent. And a lot of this can be defined with the bounce light, so I'm not really concerned about it right now. A lot of this is going to go into that bounce light. Let's put in that white right over there. It's not really a white, it's like a very, very light greenish yellow. How important do you think sketching is for these studies? It depends on what your goal is. Because when you sketch something, you're focusing on construction. Right? So if you want to figure out how things are actually formed, then I heavily encourage sketching something out. Right? Because it's important to figure out how things are actually structured with other things. If you don't understand that, then there's no point. But if you're trying to figure out painting, color, you're trying to figure out how to make your values coordinate, figure out better shapes, then it's kind of important to not focus on the sketches as much as focusing on the painting, right? Because that's coming into the painting side of things. So it heavily depends on exactly what you're learning. So a lot of these studies will see me not do any structuring whatsoever. I'll just directly jump into the idea of painting it. And some of the studies you'll see me do, where I will focus a lot on the lines. I'll say something like, oh, I don't really know how these things are formed, so I want to draw it out maybe. So when I say that, it means that I don't understand the form as well. And in that case, I jump into the painting. I jump into the line work rather. I do very intricate line work. And for some things that are kind of in between, things that I'm somewhat comfortable with, but not super comfortable with, like horses and women, for example, I'll do a very, very basic blocking. And then after that, I don't do anything. I just jump directly into the painting because I don't need to. I don't need that much structural information because I already know the structure. Right? I just need a bit of context in terms of the current state of the drawing. That kind of idea. So kind of case dependent. Yeah, but you always need to know how to draw, and you always need to know how to paint, and whatever benefits you in training either is the one that you should choose. And darkness in here. I'll slowly start to bring in my notion of reflected light. I'll do this with a bit more painterly idea. And how's it going, dude? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Let's bring in some of that reflected, man. Let's do it in a cool way, using a cool brush, because we're cool dudes. Bring in some of that lovely, lovely warm reflection right there. You saw it's delineating the quadriceps right there? Slightly on that quadricep. Beautiful, man. Goddamn beautiful. The reflected light right there. So pretty. My goodness. That's what we need to elevate the piece, man. Elevate it beyond what it is. You can also add the notion of light from the atmosphere, right? And a little bit of that atmospheric diffused light that we're missing. Now's the time to add that in. So again, the light coming from the background, coming from the atmosphere is cool. It's a gray. It creates a grayness in the canvas, but that gray looks cool. The gray looks cool in the context of the canvas because it is against the warm. It's against the warm of the body. So you have lovely grays on there. So it all coordinates, it all makes sense in the context of our color theory. It's all working together. This over here is darker because that's an insertion point of the deltoid into the area between the bicep and tricep, because it's a little bit darker right there. And over here as well darker. Why is that? That's an occlusion between forearm, your upper arm, your bicep. Right there. It's an occlusion right there. How's everything? Going well. We did a study of a girl and a horse. It's not this one, but it's like this one. It's on the Discord if you'd like to see. That's an hour right there. We did another one for an hour. And now we're just drawing a casual picture of a runner. It's always fun. Drawing athletes is great practice. Do recommend. How have you been enjoying your days, Panda? I know you've been on an island for some reason. But how have things been treating you? Just a quick abstraction of the hand right there. Not too much detail, not too much focus. What we got there? Reads his hand and I just continue. That's all I care about. If it reads his hand, all I really care about right there. Is this one layer? Yep. That's on one layer, and this is on the other layer right there. Yeah, so our Instagram looks great. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. So we did another one just now. Kind of scuffed the face on it, but hey, what are you gonna do? Happens every now and again. The reason I'm using a background layer instead of fully collapsing is because I want to put in those runners in behind, and that's when it's going to be a pain to paint around, so one layer, doing it in multiple layers. But I do like the control that's afforded to me by a single layer. A lot more fun to paint that way. At least the piece immediately looks more traditional, you know? It immediately looks more traditional when you do that. Because you have to do so many sacrifices to make sure things look the way they need to. And this looks awesome towards the end. I can really amp up the red, by the way. I can really amp the red up if I wanted to. So let's do it. But thank you, Panda. It was a fun piece to do. Rianne in the chat showed me the Instagram, which is a really good really good photographer. And the better the references, usually the better the pieces, if your piece is based on reference, right? Generally how it goes. Same value from down there, sample it up for up here. Does that say thought? Oh, very nice. Shadow, throwing some gray on there. I've just realized. Go on. Get some red from the background into here. And we'll paint free promo for Tesco. It's a free advertisement right there. I don't know if I will. Is that really Tesco? It looks like Fesco. It's an F, right? She's so good and so kind. Yeah, she's awesome. I linked her stuff in the Discord. Fesco. How's things going with Art Center? Still working on it, man. Submission in October, so the grind is real. So remember what I said? Delineate that other cheek with a bit of that reflected light right there. We don't need all that much context. Right, just that little value shift right there and a bit of occlusion. So do things with subtlety. And I can add a bit of diffuse on the side. Rami, how's it going, dude? Good to see you. A bit of diffuse light coming in here to just mildly define separation between the Maximus. We don't need to go outward over here, because again the darkness is quite matte. So matte meaning, you see how the light area isn't even nearly as light as the skin? So it's way more matte than the skin, so it needs to be considered while painting. Is that her name? Oh, delineate, that's what you're saying. Okay, I just said delineate. Good to see you, Rami. I saw you link one of my pieces to somebody. Thanks for getting my name out there on Instagram. There you go. Get in there. Of course, it's going to be a little bit of a cost / occlusion right there that we can get by just mildly changing the value over here. Putting a bit more of a cost shadow down there. I've been away because I've been sick all week, but I'm looking forward to going back into practice on Monday. Any set plans already? Never a set plan, unfortunately, at this time of the at this particular moment, because again, this video is going to be quite inconsistent because it depends heavily on my workflow and the amount of work that I get done for my portfolio work. But I'm trying to stream whenever I can, and you can always expect to see a stream on YouTube after I'm done with every single stream, hopefully. That might kind of stave you off, so you'll be able to catch the streams. I love that orange, man. It's so good. So yeah, even though you might not be there for every stream, and there might not be as many streams as there usually is, you'll be able to catch it. Thank you, Giant Far. Finish the portfolio? No, not even close. Not even close. There's so much work to do. I'm such a long way away. But daily work, I'll get there. What about where about is orange in your color list? It's pretty high, not gonna lie. Pretty up there. Color tier list? Should I make a color tier list? What's my favorite color to put on a piece? My favorite color to put is desaturated blue on, like desat blue and orange is my favorite color combination. It just looks awesome every time you do it. Dutch grammar is awful. English is completely different from what you write. German has a completely other set of rules. I can imagine, right? It's crazy. Tier lists are all the rage lately. Lately? Wasn't that like a month ago, Polly? I think green is the worst to paint with. I disagree. It's a lot more comforting than you think. But people stay away from that side of the color wheel. But it's not that hard. People just don't do it enough. And what we don't do, we hate. Very grateful for the post on YouTube. Don't worry, I have a lot of back catalog to get up to. Cool. I wish you good fortune though. Your studies have been looking awesome. Don't ever give up on them. Hey, JonTron put up his architecture tier list yesterday. Who is JonTron? Another no-name YouTuber. What about James Patel on YouTube, man? Why don't you talk about him some more? Talk about the real YouTubers. Who is JonTron? Look at them colors. You know what's killing this piece, by the way? What's killing this piece is there's a bunch of gray lines everywhere on the piece. That's killing it. It's killing it dead. Better watch out. And look at this brushwork, man. Who does this guy think he is? The disrespect with these brushstrokes is intense. Layers? What layers? Single layer, see? Layer. Bring it in here. Is that abstracted chest right there? You know, I can see that anywhere else. So once in a lifetime opportunity right there. Yeah, sex is good, but have you ever used desaturated blue on a canvas? I mean, I can't disagree, man. Cannot disagree. And I can just put it off? I know, but then it wouldn't be fun. What the actual correction is in terms of no layers is that I should just not paint with desat gray. Canvas is on Instagram. It's just Canvas Engineer on Instagram. Give my boy a follow. I feel dumb now. It's okay. Sometimes I miss the obvious. I think you could have saved a lot of time by not painting your clothes. Yeah? Let's throw some deep, dark fantasy orange on here. God, look at the fucking colors in this piece. Jesus. I don't know about that. You'd have to take 5-minute breaks. Painting her naked? Are you objectifying this woman, KPA? Are you objectifying this poor woman? This poor defenseless woman who could probably kick all our asses? For shame, dude. I expect better. Better behavior for my stream. Probably should have attempted this piece, given the time, but I'll see what I can do in 4 minutes. Now, this is probably going to be an hour as well. Keep it nice and casual today. You got 15. More time, PogChamp. So fun, dude. I love pieces like this. Trying muscles and chicks, like, what's better? What's a better topic than this? Besides horses. And chicks. And armor and chicks, you know? This is good. It's good content. Some of that orange in there, man. Also, that giveaway of why she's flying through the air is not just a value transition, but also this whole notion of those orange reflecteds. Where are you moving to? When or where? I'm gonna spend some time back at my parents' house. Because I haven't seen them in over a year. Or some yellow in the highlights, some yellowish green maybe. Really double down on that power, that highlight right there. How are you flipping a canvas on the fly like that? Control F is the default. And if it's not, you can set it as Control F. I do prefer it as Control F. It's a good thing to, it's a good habit to keep, right? Always flip that canvas. So yeah, Control F does it for me. And remember, it's just changing the perspective of how I view it. I don't think it's actually flipping the canvas in the export. So even if I flip it like this and export it, it'll export the regular way. So it's just the perspective, which is a neat thing, because I can work on a piece one way. Like I can work on the piece like this, and then it'll export straight up, which is nice. Just blocking that hair real quick. Nice motley greenish yellow. Throw a bit more red in there, I think. A bit more red in there. A bit more saturation, man. Gotta get that sat. They'll be so glad to see you. Yep, they will be. Has been some time. Can you resume your studies there? Resume my painting studies? I should be. I don't know if I can stream though. Hopefully I can. I don't know. So might just mean the end to streams for a while. But I'll see. Maybe I can. I haven't really considered it. It's not been on my priorities. But hopefully I can. How did you get both the painting and the reference side by side? You put it there in there manually. Would like to do something in like this in CSP. So in CSP you can just make a new window for it, if you'd like, Kenshawn. You can just draw it into like one of your side windows. But in Krita, there's an option to reference images, so I just drop an image directly. So when I click and drag something onto my canvas, it gives me the option to choose it as a reference, and that reference just means it's a part outside my canvas, and I can just manipulate it however I want to. I can't paint on top of it, but I can manipulate it. And it's just a feature in the program. In CSP, I'm not sure there's a way to directly do it, but you could just make your canvas bigger and then place it on your canvas, and that's something that I see a lot of people do. And there's no harm in that. It does eat away at a little bit more RAM though, but small price to pay, I think. But it does really help me. I like having the thing on the same screen. Mainly because my monitor on my drawing tablet is just so much better than my monitor on my actual computer, so it's just a lot easier for me to see what actual colors and values are when I use it. So much more of a convenience. Yeah, PureRef I think works for Photoshop. I don't know if it works for CSP. Do they have PureRef for CSP? Because I don't know. Because if you said Photoshop, I would say PureRef easily. Let me burn some saturation into that hair. Because there's so much orange in the piece, right? It seems like a poor idea not to do this. I'll add a bit more saturation in there. PureRef is always on a top window. Okay, it's like my chat app then. Because I use an app for chat, which is always a top window. Makes sense. I thought it was just a plugin. Just abstracting the hair a little bit more, keeping something soft, keeping something hard. Finding that beautiful variance that we look for in drawing hair abstractly. If you look for that variance, you want to see it. I want to kind of lose the edge on the side, so what I will do is I'll just elongate this a little bit more. We'll add a bit more flow to it, a bit more ebb to it. And then towards the end, what we just do is just going to defocus it a little bit using an airbrush. So not too much sharpness on the back now, but keep that under control. Because again, you don't want the attention to be soaring in that direction. You want it to keep it near the face, across the body and all that stuff, so I'll just defocus it on this side. And that, let me get that beautiful fade away. Adds it onto the painting. And go in a little bit deeper. And throw in a couple of lines. Once you guys watch James' streams, I can see if I find a higher image res, my favorite painters, and drop it in chat. That'd be awesome. Definitely have to get more used to digital, something I've postponed a bit too much. Just need to get used to the transition. I can understand. So, if you want my advice on the transition to ease that in, keep things really simple. Don't do complicated pieces, don't do pieces for too long. Just draw very, very easy things like animals and monsters and things like that. And draw them in value. Do not draw them in color. Keep things as simple as possible. Don't vary your brushes too much. I mean, if it's really something that interests you, if you're interested to vary your brushes, do so. But if you're interested in just smoothing out that transition, really what you need to be doing is keep things as simple as possible. And that usually ensures the greatest chance of success. So start with values and then slowly bring things into the fold. Let's do that with a little bit of that. Easy enough. Single stroke. You can do it in single stroke, why not, right? Probably not going to be drawing the face on this. Just a bit of a gesture of the face, maybe. Bit of a notion of the nose and whatnot. Profiles generally are easier for me. Definitely get that beautiful. You see that clear Loomis right there on the head? Very, very strong Loomis feature. The bottom of the neck right there. Very powerful stuff. The shadow is as well right under her hair. It's beautiful. Goes into that yellowish ochre color. It's reflecting her hair. Let's draw it with this brush over here. But yeah, definitely do suggest getting it digital. Always fun. I personally believe that you can do a lot more learning digitally than traditionally for a lot of aspects, not all of them, but a lot of things because of the ability to permute and change and modify and send and share and all that stuff. I do think that it is better personally for learning, but some things you can't learn digitally, so definitely do both.
Oh fuck, I can't believe you've done this.
Incomplete, fantastic name. How's it going? Good to see you. We're doing a 1 hour quick little gestural paint of this here lady. Just really quick, really loose, having a good time with it. Which model from the Terminator is this again? This is the T-3000, the Terminator killer. Looks really good, thank you. I do appreciate that. Some examples of my work over here if you'd like to see. These are all between 30 minutes and an hour. Tesco 9000. Dude, look at that silhouette though. Look at that long distance silhouette. That looks fucking gorgeous. Hell yes. Strong read. Just really vague notions of the head. I don't want to be. I'm not painting her face like fully or whatever. Just like a notion, right? Just enough for you to say, oh, well, that's probably a girl. I have no idea how you're comfortable adding the other girls in behind. Probably won't put them in right now, considering the 50. Well, maybe I'll have time to. Maybe I'll do it in like 5 minutes. And then highlight right there, which means I need to throw in a highlight right here. See, I can't just put that light in there without doing this, otherwise it looks awkward. Gotta put them where they need to go. In a different layer? Yeah, she's on a different layer. See? I don't want to make things unnecessarily hard on myself, right? That's safe then? Yeah. I'll be fine. Just really quickly, right? Just real quick gesture of the face. Not all that interesting, not all that great. I'm gonna keep it nice and simple. Really fun. I'd be worried about my edges to add them in after. No, if you can still do it in one layer, but you would have to draw those girls first, right? You have to draw those girls first. And it's worth doing, actually. It's really worth doing. Like, if I might do this in heavy paint later, and in heavy paint there are no layers, so I would have to draw the girls in first. Which is what makes heavy paint so good, right? Because most of the time we're too comfortable using too many layers. And you shouldn't get comfortable, because if you use too many layers unnecessarily, then you lose your notion of structuring and how things are actually formed. You lose the idea of like reconstructing things. That's not a good thing. You need to know what ordering is in a painting. Otherwise, it's hard to kind of figure out how to put your values in a way that makes any sort of consistent sense. And Charlie will talk about this all the time. Your boy Peasant B. It's really valuable to understand like the way things are ordered, and painting without layers will really help you with that. Because things have an order to them. Whether you like it or not, there's going to be an order. Abductor muscle going down there. Very cool. It's a really fun study, man. Really enjoying this one. That's just mental layers. Could be. And first, don't not use layers entirely as well, especially in your paintings. Like, my portfolio work has maybe 50 to 60 layers because I have to separate so many things out because I need to modify them later. But for a painting, for a study, come on. Who has time to fucking switch between layers? Keep those minimum. Nice. I really like this one. Looks fantastic. Very loose drawing, very loose gesture. What you got there, right? Looks nice and naturalistic. Good use of colors and tiling. It's a good study. I am a fan of it. You know what I want to watch? I want to watch the Ballad of Buster Scruggs. I might put a little bit of that on while I eat. Because I have a song from that movie stuck in my head right now. Bit of occlusion right there. And a bit of form on the forearm, right? Let's not give her a giant Bigfoot-ass forearm. So be careful about that. Would be nice. Maybe a little bit of a hinge, right? We don't have to draw these hands particularly. Again, keeping things nice and loose. But again, those fingertips, they do catch some light. The Ballad of Buster Scruggs. Buster Scruggs, yeah. Okay, let's put in the backup dancers. You want to see some Apex level selection tool usage right now? Witness true power. I got you guys clicking Canvas's link. It's a wealth of information. He knows a lot. Check out this, whatever he's linking. I'll check it out right after I finish. Okay. Get this in here. Look at them greens, man. Look at those green legs. Those green shoes, rather. Beautiful. Lovely combination, man. Lovely warm on the bottom. My goodness. So many beautiful colors in here. You have time for a crit? Yeah, of course. Yeah, mildly defocus that real quick. No, that's not the right type of defocus. What are you doing? You're drunk. Like that. Let's put our Jordans on. It's a really quick, really quick gesture of the background. I find using the same process for traditional when doing digital helps a lot. It's hard to think about each medium as completely different that's what I was doing. I found it digital so difficult. Yeah, definitely don't think about it, especially if you have a basis in drawing already. Don't ever think about it as different, because it's not. You're not benefiting yourself by trying to think about it entirely different. Use what you know, right? Like, let's say somebody asks you to take a long distance sniper shot, right? And they said, okay, you need to get your distance. You need to get your distances right. And what would you do? Would you just say, okay, that's approximately 400 meters? Or would you say, if you're a football pro, you would say that's about 4 football fields, right? You gotta use what you know. What movie is that from? Jarhead, I think. There we go. That's their background runner right there. And it's 1 hour. That is the time for this piece. Pretty fun, right? And a good old time for this one. Just gonna mildly fix this little thing up here. We can just leave it, it's not really bothering anybody. I'll leave him alone, sir. He ain't not bothering nobody. I guess it's fine. Okay, let me just get this in here. With the crop in fairly okay. Trim that up. Fun. Really fun painting. Had a good old time. Oh, we got some green between these fingies. My goodness. But sometimes I have the bad habit, because I work on one layer. I have the bad habit of just painting when I wanna just distinguish an edge. Let me just get rid of that real quick. That's an unfortunate little thing. There we go. That's my bad. It's a whole bunch of gray here as well. My corrections. Oh no, my edges, they've been ruined. Feels bad. It's a couple of strokes. It's not a big deal. Don't be precious, man. Don't be precious with our work. Be precious, that's our doom. The more we care, the less we learn. There we go. Good as new. Cool. Alright. Fun stuff. Gray lines just make it custom. Hell yeah. Recognize this one, Zorn? Zorn's a phenomenon. Love the Zorn palette, man. Love Zorn's work. I used to really not like Zorn, by the way. But then, like, as I learned more about edges and, like, simplification, it really grew on me. To be fair, it was the same as Rembrandt. Like, I didn't really like Rembrandt's work, and then I studied a lot of Rembrandt's work, and then I don't know, I have a really big appreciation for him. But some people I really like your boy Sargent and Boogie Woogie, aka Boogero. Okay. Enough mucking about. Alright, we're done. If you guys did the study along with me, please do post it on the post it on the Discord rather, so we can review. And as always, you'll see mine up there. Now's the time for crits, by the way. So if you have any crits, put them my way. And if you're not a member of the Discord already, all the references, all the tutorials, all the crits, all that stuff goes in there. So indeed, if you are interested in getting better at drawing and want to study along with us, it is an open invitation. Go right ahead and do so. What about Vincent van Gogh? What makes him so good? He was on Doctor Who. Well, he's crazy. Dude, I forgot the number. God damn it. There's like a number on there. She's like number 8 or something. Ah, it's fine. Nobody cares. Do you care? Does anybody care about this number over here? Can I leave it out? Number 15. I'll leave it out. It's fine. I hope you posted on the Discord canvas. Hopefully, how you put it there? I hope so. Phone number? Sure. There you go. That's our study, guys. I'm gonna just look at some of Canvas's links here. Make sure I have them open so I can stare at them later. Alright. So post studies if you did them. I see that right there. Para has done an old ref, but looking really good. 1 hour, not too bad whatsoever. I love those big blocky shapes. Get in there, dude, get in there. And this is gonna look kind of insane once you apply your edges to it. So definitely, if you want a good practice towards your edges, because I know you've been working on them recently, don't be afraid of just jumping in here and applying your knowledge of edges onto this particular study. It's gonna be great. And there's mine. And we have a bunch of work from earlier. In case anybody missed it, we drew this horse right there. Am I on the right screen? I am. That was ours right there. I'll post my study later. I only got a line of the forehead. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, critiques before we leave. Ooh, we got 2. Giant Far and Rian. Okay. Take a drink of water and we'll get to it, shall we? Giant Far up first. We'll time these crits to, let's say, 10 minutes. I usually get a lot done in 10. So into this new document, let's get to it, shall we? This is Giant Far's work. What is the accompanying comment? Please have comments along with your work. Helps me a lot. Got interested in this kind of lighting that seems like it's bouncing outside to the background, and I tried to apply it onto this character. Okay. It's bounding outside to the background. It's bounding. What do you mean by that? But I do get what you're saying. Very strong. Can I show this on stream? I guess I can. There's no badge. With my pen. There it is. Okay, so the major thing is, how do I make the character look like it's in this particular lighting scenario, correct? So the idea that I first want you to pay attention to, and it's the one that everybody gets a little bit wrong at the beginning, a little bit awry. Let me use Alt-1 here. And that's the idea of the separation of light and dark. I really want you to pay attention to this, because this is very stark in these pieces. If you observe right over here, so you see that? See that difference right there? See that jump? It is sizable jump right there between shadow and light. And we want to see the same thing over here, right? We want to see that same thing over here to a certain extent. And between here and here we do see it, but these are 2 separate like areas right there. So there needs to be a light and then a shadow right next to it, but a saturated shadow. That's what's missing over here. A good saturated amount of shadow right there, which is what creates the read. Same thing over here. This and this, they're distinct, but I want to have that clear, beautiful shape around the object for it to be nice and distinct. So in order to kind of achieve that, so the edges are okay. I'm sorry, the edges are okay in terms of like the value is okay. It's enough to distinguish it, but we're missing out on 2 things. Number 1, saturation. Number 2, I want that shape to evoke more than it's already evoking. Okay, so we'll try and apply both these ideas, and that'll be the theme of the crit. Okay, so first of all, I'll get some reference for myself. I'll just grab a head, for example. I'll grab a head like that. And right there is an Asaro head, so I can see the planes of the head quite clearly. I can grab a couple if I want to, but it's just good. It's good to have on hand. Always gotta use your sorrows when you can. So I have my giant Tweedledee and Tweedledum to assist me in this crit, my lovely assistants. But why do I bring this in here? It's because I want to know exactly where the light's gonna hit, if at all, this particular lighting scenario happens, right? I want to see where those planes of the face are. Because over here, when you divide the face into particular formations, let's say, right? So for example, for this little shoulder to be lit in this much of a direction, there has to inevitably be some amount of light that's hitting the face from this direction, right? So the side plane of the face is going to be illuminated. So let's illuminate the side plane and we'll see if we can manage exactly what we're trying to go for here with that idea. So the first thing I'll do is drawing. So I'll draw out the shape that I want to see on this particular canister. What's actually going to go into light. So we'll have a little bit of rounding around the chin, going up to the lower lip, going over here. We'll have a little bit of it in the maw and the upper lip. Maybe over here, it'll go inwards because of the cheek coming out, right? And maybe a little bit up there, perhaps. But we'll leave it like that. So this is a bit more of an extreme condition, because honestly I could just do this as well. And that would be equally valid, but we'll go a little bit crazy with this, because why not? We can go crazy, let's go crazy. So bring it up here. Right, so I'm really going to change the lighting of the piece a little bit. Like that, let's say. And then I'll keep the lighting really consistent, right? I'll keep it consistent, which means that I want to have a dark line right over here to separate this out. And also on the hair, again, the hairline is a cylindrical object, or it's a conical object, or whatever you want to say. So you can have this be like just like that, and then all of these objects hit by the same light source, right? Illuminated by the same light source. You can just imagine what their form would look like. So now the areas over here are in darkness, these areas are in darkness, and these areas on the right are in light. So now I want to bring about the existence of this light. In order to do so, I'll first do this, which is I will simply change the levels of this piece. I'm going to lighten up a lot of things. I'm just going to increase the... Let's just lighten up everything, let's say. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Just reset that real quick. Not last used, so to say the default. I just want to key this up a little bit. Just like that. So I'm going to key that up like that, and then I'm just going to apply another one. And I'll bring it down. This is going to darken everything up. Also desaturate it a bit more, because I don't want this to be dark and saturated. I want it to be dark and somewhat desaturated. Like that. Okay, just messing with the overall lighting of the piece, right? Let's just darken it up a bit more. Okay. I'm doing this, it's a quick way of kind of showing what I want, because I'm doing this for time, right? So basically I just darken up certain areas. Oh, don't want to do that, 1 second. Before I do that, I need to apply that as a filter mask. I can tell you the specifics of what I'm doing right now. It doesn't really matter, trust me, because I will use a straight paint this in. But where am I looking at? Adjustment curves. Last used, create filter mask. Okay. So now what I can do is I can go back in here and I can start picking out areas of light. So now I can just make a selection right over here. Right over there, maybe. I try to do this as quick as possible, just to show you what it looks like. Because I don't just want to like tell you the principle, I do want to show you what it would look like. So I do that, and I just lighten up that area. In a particular manner. Right? Like that. Real quick, make a new layer, let's collapse that, and now we just have to worry about the edges. So you have that clear distinction. Where did you find that reference to the Asaro heads? If you may remember. Those references are from Marco Bucci's workshop, so I don't think it's available. I can't just distribute that, but you can find references for the Asaro head on Sketchfab, for example. You can find a fully 3D model of the Asaro. That should be freely available to you. So now that I have my light thing, I just like to blend that in. To make sure the edges aren't as harsh. And then I need to really bring that up a bit higher. Please send those. Yeah, there should be. I mean, I'm sure Canvas has a bunch of them himself. But yeah, they're available on Sketchfab, available online in a bunch of places. Definitely go check them out. I'm gonna keep this dark. There's like a graphical element. Anyway, we'll say this is warm light, right? Let's just warm that up real quick. Like that, warm with the Fresnel. So basically this is just giving context to the change. So I can show you why it works in this kind of manner. Just applying a little bit of information there. But the idea is that you just strongly define the shape of the transition there. And that's how you get the maximum use out of what you're doing. So I see you have a secondary light source in there, and that's fine. You can use a secondary light source to kind of light up your the rest of your face, because the face is going to be in quite a lot of darkness. Like that. I know, but Pinterest is too unorganized for my OCD-ness. I would like a pack which the photos are in light directions well organized. But I'm aware that's asking too much for zero money. Yeah, if you want to pay for it, there are a bunch of Asaro like detailed pictures available online. You can just Google Asaro head. Otherwise, you can always download. If you're gonna look for art tutorials in general, Bucci's tutorial is great, right? It's just a good tutorial in general. I would highly recommend looking at that. So he has included a bunch of pictures in that tutorial as a handout. It's called How to Paint a Face, or Painting Faces, or whatever. Yeah, it's Marco Bucci's tutorial on painting faces. Do recommend that. It's a great series. Really solid. I always go back to it as well, because he breaks down with Asaro, and I don't see too many tutorials doing that. So this is one condition where I saturated the shadows and I desaturated the light, but I can do the exact opposite if I wanted to, right? I have the liberty of doing that. I can just play with the balancing. Just let me get a little bit more context on here and then I can try that out. But I hope this is getting to where you want the piece to be, right? Because I want those shadows to be very, very deep. And I want that strong separation of light and dark with those very evocative shadow shapes. And that's a key right there. So we constructed these very, very intricately designed shadow shapes for this purpose. Again, warmer light goes warmer, goes lighter in the highlight. Like that. And the hair over here can just be simplified into one little shape if you wanted to, in the highlight. I'm trying not to plug, but can I post my Pinterest link? Yeah, do it. Go ahead. There's no issue. Just put it on the Discord as well so I can use it. So that's an idea of where to take it. So all we did was we just darkened up areas, we lightened up other areas. And what we were really searching for to kind of get this effect is what's really selling the light versus shadow is separation, which you have, but those shapes are important, right? So figure out the shapes of whatever form that you drew on your canvas and then draw those shapes out really heavily. And once you have those shapes up, you can do a bunch of things to kind of make sure things look like decent. For example, over here, like I can just desaturate the shadows. Not that much, of course. Reset that. I'm gonna start warming up those highlights. Right? So once I have those shapes in there, my job is basically over. Just showing you what it would look like in a scheme that matches your references more. So I painted it in a completely opposite scheme, so this matches it. Always thought that the idea of the shadows were less saturated than the eye. This is actually not true. It's a very simplified idea of that little notion, but this is not true. It really depends. And I can explain that if you'd like. Also, I'm going to darken these eyes, because you don't want competing light sources. Maybe a little bit of that could be light, but not all of it. So this can be a much more deeper, brighter red, but again, not to the degree that it competes. I can add a bit of that red light to kind of signify where it's going. Because lights are all about the context of it, right? So if there's context, it's going to look like a light source. There's going to be a dull red light right there. There's going to be a red light right there, maybe on top. These kinds of ideas. Basically what you're looking for. That's how I would change it. I hope you got something from that. There's going to be a light over here near the ear and whatever. But yeah, getting a little bit closer to the condition that you want, right? I think I modified your references as well with that change. But I think we're a little bit closer. So that's what I would change. So the notion of shadows being less saturated than light is not entirely true. Mainly because you need to understand where colors come on a piece, what the origin of color is, and we've broken this down before in stream, right? We talk about your local color, we talk about your color of your light source, we talk about your bounce and reflected light, right? So we'll write those down. Local, source, and then bounce. Bounce / diffused. So the thing is, if you have a cube, with a very, very strongly saturated color, let's draw a cube really quickly. I have a cube that's red in color, right? Really red, saturated, strong cube. And then I have this in shadow in one region, so it goes into shadow, which is just, I sample the color and I darken it, right? A shadow in isolation. So a dark, saturated color. What happens if I hit this entire cube? If I hit this cube with a white light, or a gray light, or even a blue light. Let's hit it with the blue light, what happens? Right? So blue light hits this piece. So this, I'll just show you the color of the light source so you know. Which the light source is this. This was super helpful, but I got a bounce later. No problem, man. It'll be on the YouTube and the Discord, so there we need it. So this blue light's gonna hit this red box, right? It's gonna hit this red box and it's gonna desaturate it. Right? It's gonna desaturate this box. You see that? See how that looks like it's being hit by blue light? All I'm doing is I'm hitting it with a gray almost. Right? And towards the point that it actually hits, it's gonna go more and more gray. You'll find it right there. It's blue. Now you're thinking to yourself, that works, right? That makes sense in my head. It makes sense that it looks that way. Because of course it's blue light versus red local color. Maybe there's even some blue depending on how strong it is, right? Maybe there's even some blue here. Possible. Even though it's not really because it's strong saturated. It's a strong saturated base. Now investigate this. Let's investigate it and see what actually the colors are that we selected, right? So that right there, it's desat, and that right there, supersat, right? This notion. So you gotta remember why. Like, why is that the case? You want to be able to justify. Because honestly, I would just paint this like this maybe. Maybe a little bit more desaturation to show the blue. Maybe a slight gradient right there. Because again, it's still quite saturated, so it's not going to shift as much. But even still, right? You see that jump? Alternatively, right? Let's have a gray box. I gotta go. Go to sleep. Wish you all good night. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, no problem. So you have a gray box like this, and we consider two light sources. Consider a blue light source right there, and consider a red sphere right over here. A very saturated red sphere, or orange sphere, or whatever. If this blue light hits here, I'm gonna get a blue value on top of this gray. It's gonna desat it though. It's gonna desat it, gonna get this blue light on top. And over here I'm gonna have a darker value, because it's a shadow. A darker value of this whatever local color it is. But then I'm gonna have reflected light from here. I'm gonna have a bunch of reflected light from this ball hitting this side of the object, right? Like that. Of course, this is assuming this is a secondary source. Then what happens? Saturated, desaturated, saturated, desaturated, right? Disconnect. This kind of idea. So, as you advance more with your understanding of how light and color work, you'll realize that these are just very, very basic rules for beginners. But if you want to really take advantage of color in your piece, that's how you do it. Very, very important to understand. Okay, well that's 18 minutes as opposed to 10, but hopefully you got something from that. We export that, put it on the Discord, we look at the next one. But yeah, highly recommend looking into color theory, watch as much as you can on the subject, read up on it. Okay, what's next? Dude, I know you're not here right now, RC Dog Mom, but very good job on the second one. Dramatic improvement. We'll crit the next stream, because I'm sure you'll be there. We'll crit Rian's, and that'll be the end of the stream. What can I put in to read as mountains? Okay, so for which one am I critting Rian? Oh, it's upside down in the second picture. It's the same picture, okay. Alright, let's look at the first one. New document. In traditional. Can I threshold this? What if I auto contrast it and then threshold it? Because I want to just get the lines out. But sketch lifting is an awful, awful thing. It's not often super intuitive. What happens if I do it now? I just reversed it. That's fine. I'll just use the existing lines. Okay. Sorry, I was just curious to see if I can actually sketch lift this. It's definitely a challenge. Tough with the flash? Yeah, I agree. Okay, so the accompanying comment with this particular piece is... What is the comment? I have a hard time filling an empty space. What can I put to let it read as mountains? It's like a disco party. How's it going, Shay? Good to see you. Guys, follow Shay. Fantastic streamer, fantastic person. Gorgeous human being. Okay, so your idea is what can I put to let it read as a mountain? Well, it depends on how much color you're really putting on this piece, but it'll read as mountains just because of the shape of what it is. I'm not quite sure about the perspective on this though. Like, I know your vanishing point's right there. You got 1, 2, and you know there's not really a vanishing point vertically. That's fine. But I'm not quite sure like where the horizon is supposed to be, especially when the hill is rolling up there. It kind of sort of kills the perspective for me, so it goes that way. So this is a ground plane right there, going all the way here. Maybe you can consider this as your horizon. I would lower all of that, personally. Well, I guess no, because it would go all the way there. Seems a little bit awkward though. But I think it's possible, yeah, sure. So for this to read as mountains, it's going to be done basically based on your color selections, right? So what I would recommend is this. So what you do is you take whatever color you're using. Did JJ sing happy birthday to James yet? To James? Is it James' birthday today? He came in here earlier. Oh, get rid of that right there. That's kind of killing your read. I would just paint this much and have separation. There's a little bit too much volume happening in this area. Like, it's way too chaotic, and I'm really looking for areas of calm in here. That's what I really look for in terms of like the overall composition of the element of the pieces. Like, there's calm here, and I enjoy that, and there's complexity here, and that's fine. But there's so much complexity over here that it's really making a piece a little bit less easy to read than it should be, and that's the problem, right? So I would love to have some amounts of breaks in between, so I can see that there's some idea of things leading up to the mountain, right? So what I would like to see is this, right? So in perspective, I want there to be breaks. I want there to be breaks leading up to the mountain region. I want there to be a lot of breaks like this. It is James' birthday? Didn't know that? Well, he was in here earlier. I feel like a dickhead for not knowing. Wait, I know an easy way to check. Just go to his Discord. There you go, got it in. On stream nonetheless. So I would have these ideas of these rolling planes. I really want to see these breaks. There's a very common mistake that people make in their backgrounds, is that they don't have enough breaks in whatever they're drawing. So detail is okay, but detail upon detail upon detail upon detail over and over again is just way too much of an assault on the senses. So you never want to have that in any kind of painting. Even in character design, for example, you don't want to design any character that has way too much noise everywhere. A good character design has areas of rest. That's a very important fundamental concept to remember. Because if you don't have rest, then the detail doesn't look as good as it needs to. Alright, so I would add this kind of notion over there. I would add these plain areas in the background that kind of recede back. So a bunch of these, right? And it slowly goes in here. And then if you want to lead the character into that little area, you can add maybe a brook or like a waterfall or something, and you could lead that, and you can have it roll through all of these hills maybe. You could have the water coming through here, going down there, like that, going through here, maybe it goes up right there maybe. Go down there, like, let's say, just randomly. You can have like a snaky, maybe it could even be roads, right? It could even be roads, that kind of idea. But I want to see breaks. That's going to really help you. Because you don't want to be filling things in. You really want to have breaks in this kind of image. Because there's way too much noise, it kills the read. Right? And then if you want to distance things, you can add little things like trees back here if you'd like. Information like that, for example. That's perfectly possible. These kinds of things right there. And then really like sell the perspective that way. And also when it comes to like a water path, could be like an aqueduct. Also, when you're coloring these little mountains over there, do color it in a color that's similar to your background color, because you want to bring in that notion of atmospheric perspective. So these little things might go a little bit towards the cooler tones, because you have so much air in between. So do it like that. And I don't think that I'd want this particular thing to be parallel with my horizon line, so either bring this little foreground element over here, you bring it higher, so it's clearly, you can see what it is, or bring it lower. But don't tangent it with the horizon line, you want to have overlap. One way or the other you want to have overlap, so don't have it tangented there. So I do that like this. So I bring it up taller maybe. This sort of notion, right? So it actually looks like the foreground. Also manage your values. You were here when we did value breakdowns of backgrounds, right? So use information from that stream, from what we discussed, and make sure that the values in the foreground are much, much darker than the values in the background. And don't be afraid to play with shadows and all that stuff. But your line works looks pretty solid, so it should be not that hard to light the entire piece. So you can just pick a light source, let's say from the left-hand side or whatever, and then just overall just darken up this portion. And it should be fairly simple to do. And throw in those nice cast shadows, but make sure to keep in mind these areas of rest. That's really, really important in designing any sort of background. So it's going to be blue shadows because the light over here and the light in the sky is going to be dark. It's going to be blue rather. So the diffuse light in the shadow is going to be bluer. So we can just blue that up real quick. We'll blue this up as well. Just start a notion over there, and then these front-facing planes over there, that'll go into darkness right there. So you can just do something quick like that. And sort of really build up a good understanding of the piece. That's the advantage of having good line work, right? Just go a little bit crazy with it. This kind of idea. And just build up the piece from there. But I would definitely want to see a strong breakdown, because if you are gonna make any claim of this particular area being your area of focus, you need to have a high amount of contrast. An artist like Marco Bucci, for example, would say that he's very interested in capturing this particular shadow shape. And in that respect, you'd really want to tone back down on this shadow shape over here to make it very, very non-interesting. This kind of idea. Yeah, dragon and horse? Is there a dragon and horse in here? Because I may have missed the... I do see the dragon, I do not see the horse. Oh, I see the horse now. Cool. Okay, so this horse over here in the foreground, I think it's covered with line work. I'm covered with my painting right now. But this is going to be heavily, this is a very, very common thing in composition, in cinematic composition, any composition. This horse over here is going to be the darkest portion, basically, of the entire drawing. So we're going to really darken that up. I can darken saturate if you want, but I would darken it. That's going to be like that, maybe. Because you really want it to look like it's foreground. Not that much, that's a bit crazy. But it's going to be darker. So it's looking onward, so it really brings it into the extreme foreground, because it's very dark. And this dragon over here, where is the dragon? Let me look at the reference. Marco Bucci, yes indeed. Bucci has some great breakdowns. Great painting tutorials as well. Really good artist. So your dragon's right here. So you want the lighting to be consistent. Right, so you have his legs coming out from there. Again, I did it very vaguely, but this dragon over here, he's going to be colored in a value structure that's similar, depending on where he's placed, similar to this building. So the shadows in this dragon need to, in general, not always, but in general at least be correspondent to the values of the building. So I'll just fill it up, his darks with this value of the building right there, and his lights with the value of the building right there. And immediately he's placed right here near the building because of that little trick we just did. So immediately he's placed right here, because if we did this, if you painted it with the same value as a horse, that looks like he's right above the horse right there. Looks out of place. So we paint that with the same structure, the same, and you can have a little bit of ebb and flow from this, remember? So I can go a little bit darker than this to get some occlusions, but you can't go too much darker over here. You can't go too much darker to kind of draw this dragon out. This kind of idea. Keep it controlled. And don't be afraid to lose edges out. And over here, for example, you can't go too much lighter because again, it looks awkward. It looks like it doesn't belong. So this value over here doesn't belong clearly over here. So that's distancing with value. If I was going to put the dragon over here in the background, this background needs to be lighter, by the way. like way later. Like way later. So if I wanted to place the dragon in the background, in the extreme background, let's say, I would not choose, let me just show you my values real quick. So I can't choose this value and put it in the background because that looks like it's in the foreground again. That looks awkward. So if this is the value of my background, the things over here, the things in the background will have a similar structure. Because imagine it like looking through a glass of water, a glass of seawater, right? So a glass of seawater is usually transparent, you can see right through it. But why can't you see through the ocean? That's because the more of the objects they are, the more you're seeing through, the more chance light has of being affected by the particulate matter of the substrate of the composition of that particular medium. So when you're seeing everything through all of this, it starts to become more and more obscure and you don't really know what you're looking at. That's the idea. So the more atmosphere you have between you and your object, the more it's going to be subjected to the effects of atmospheric perspective, which means that even if something is red, like straight up, if it's in the foreground over here, if it's like a red sash, right over here, bam, that's redder than life. But if I was to see that red for some reason, if I was to see it all the way in the background, it wouldn't be red, it would be like purple, it would be this color, because there's so much blue between me and that object that it skews the read. So it'd be both redder and lighter, so it might read like pink in the extreme background. That kind of idea. Bit of an exaggerated example, but that's how you should be thinking. Same thing goes with clouds, right? If I was to paint a cloud in here, I can't choose this value for a cloud. For a storm cloud, perhaps I could make it work, but for a regular white cloud, no, it's got to be a value around there for it to correspond well enough. Not a value like that. That makes sense to you. And there's a reason why. Man, I also don't make the classic mistake, the classic blunder that everybody makes when drawing clouds. Always think about the clouds in perspective, so your perspective is looking top down, but of course you're going to be looking up at the cloud, so there's going to be a bottom plane right there, and that's what everybody gets wrong usually. Make sure your clouds have a top and bottom. They are forms. They have a form, so make sure you respect the form of the clouds. That kind of idea, right? That's how I do that piece. Hopefully got something from it. So breaks, shadow shapes, make sure your lighting is consistent, remember atmospheric perspective, and remember value hierarchy on your piece to make sure distances are okay. Your distances are okay, my bad. Hopefully that made some sense. And I'll put it on the Discord for you. Jesus.
What a lovely day.
Who did that? Who was that? Shay! Thank you for the thank you for the gift sub. That's so kind of you. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, what a lovely day. Thank you, Shay. I really appreciate you. Enjoy your bags, guys. I gotta change that that alert. Thank you, Shay. Really appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the stream.
What a lovely day.
Ah, you sweet bean. Art classes. Well, a facsimile of one. But I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, I will make this available to you on the Discord as always. Hopefully this and the video is enough to get you by for the piece, and you're more than capable yourself. So you're gonna do perfectly fine. Thank you again, Shay, for the gift subs. I do appreciate it. Where on earth did I export this file to? It's gone. It's lost to the endless ether of eternity. You guys want to see something weird? Hold on, let me get it for you. I drew some Pokemons. I drew a couple of Twitch streamers as Pokemon. That's Kyuko and Kitty in a top hat. It looked kind of cute last night. I did this at like 6 AM, but it looks kind of horrifying right now, I'm not gonna lie. It looks just a little bit horrifying. Subbed Pog. Enjoy your sub. Make sure to thank Shay Rose in the chat for gifting the sub. Let's be civil and be grateful for that very, very kind gesture of magnanimous generosity. I do appreciate that. Same happens with me and my essays. 6 a.m. self-will. Always find things cuter or funnier than they really are. Is that why you laugh at my joke, Shay? It's creepy because the eyes are pulling a Mona Lisa. A little bit, right? They seem to enjoy it. Or maybe they're just being kind to me. But that is it for the stream, guys. If you enjoyed the content today, if you enjoyed everything, you can always rewatch it if you had something that you want to go back to on YouTube and make it available there on popular demand. So it's going to be uploaded right after the stream ends. And thanks for joining in with the studies today. We had a really good time. We painted 2 pieces. Not that, sorry. Painted this quick little piece of a marathon runner. And we painted another horse and woman piece. Always like my horse girl pieces. Big fan. Be civil. You know you want to be toxic now? With your bag? Jesus. It's only 4 p.m. for me. Fair enough. I'll post my fish to Discord soon. I'm wrapping it up now. Awesome. Alright guys, that is it for the stream. I think Canvas mentioned, I do read most of the things in chat. I just don't say it out loud sometimes because I'm in the middle of another conversation. But I did read that Canvas said Banff is online, so we might go say hi to Banff, because Banff is a solid individual. Nice following along, have a great stream. Awesome. Thank you, Midori, thanks for the lurk. I do appreciate you all. Thank you, Shay, for the subs. Very generous of you. I do appreciate that. I almost said do. Again, you can't say that. That means poop. Alright. Dude, my voice is fucking dying, by the way. I should have gotten up for a drink a while ago. Do you hear that rasp? Do you hear that rasp? In the otherwise silky smooth mayonnaise-filled tones of my voice. Alright. Let's go rate Banff, shall we? Banff is a carbon-based individual. He is carbon-based. Alright, guys. Go say hi to Banff for me. I will be streaming tomorrow, hopefully, after my mentoring session. Until then, keep up with the good work. Make sure that you continue to study and post on the Discord for any review, any thoughts, any concerns, any queries. You can find me at all the social media. But until then, make sure you follow Banff, say hi to him, be kind to him as you have been kind to me, and I will see you on the next stream. Have a good night.